Hello, everybody, and welcome to eDIOCRACY, the show where a bunch of idiots that have no idea what the heck they're doing sit down and save the world. Once again, we join back into the land of galore, but today we have a special guest. So, to start off, we have our special guest joining us today, which is a good friend of mine, a great streamer by the name of Jafar. Well, that webcam actually came in late. You're muted.
Hi. Everything's going according to plan.
Everything's going according to plan. We're totally not. It's totally not an hour late. Jafar's
Everything's
webcam
been
came up
great
late.
tonight.
Everything. It's been absolutely
It's
amazing.
been so
Every
smooth.
little thing has gone exactly to plan.
Yes.
So,
yes.
yes, it has been great.
Guys, hi. I'm so excited to be back.
Yes, welcome back. But of course, we can't forget, once again, in eDIOCRACY, we have the boys.
Hey!
Hey. Hi.
We're back.
Hello.
Yes, and today we have a great episode for all of you, but because of the fact that we have Jafar, we can finally continue Jafar's story arc.
Woo!
So,
Heck yeah.
Story arcs. I need water.
we'll
Guys, I need water.
go get water.
Okay. I mean, I'm not in right away, so
So,
I'll just
yeah.
pretend to be AFK. Or
Okay.
not pretend. Actually, you know what I mean.
So, last time we left off, the party was leaving the curse of the voodoo village. They somehow broke the curse. The voodoo village is freed from it. And now the residents can live in happiness. That they don't have to constantly have some mysterious core watching over their shoulder for every little thing they do. So, as they all leave, the party, along with Yorn and Marquise, start heading south to a nearby village that they don't know the name of, but they believe Jafar is here at a meeting point somewhere in this village on the way to Agrabah. So, as we turn over real quick to the map, we can now see that as they move south, they will be finding themselves traveling for a bit, and about right here is where we will join in our amazing story as we come on in, all of them sitting on a wagon, just riding along. They've been sitting in silence for a little bit, trying to get a little bit of rest along the way. Morgoth driving the wagon down, and the rest of them kind of getting a little bit of rest. All of you going ahead, and hasn't really been that long, so do y'all plan on stopping at any point?
I don't know. What does the group think? I kind of just go. So, everyone, do we stop for a little bit and take a rest, or?
I guess so.
All right, then.
The other way.
All right then. Well, I guess we'll take a rest.
Okay. So, you end up stopping. You're just about half a mile that you can see from where the beach kind of like meets the sand, where like the water meets the sand. It's a little beach off to the side, and it's got a little river almost kind of moving up to you, and it just kind of like ends at a certain point. And you're kind of just, you start putting everything out, trying to set up like a little bit of a camp. You see that it's, roughly about 4 p.m. And as you're kind of getting ready to rest, Yorn kind of you see Yorn start to like pull out a book, and you see him start flipping through it really fast, like he's looking for something particular in a quick manner.
What you looking for, Yorn?
Sorry, I'm looking through. There's a spell in this book somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. Yes, here we go. I've been trying to like use spells a little more often in practical manners and stuff like that, because I've never, every time we go out, we depend on things such as tinder boxes and stuff like that. But let's be real, how many matches do you guys have left? I mean, when was the last time you bought matches?
Since I got the fire book.
So
Yeah.
it's
totally.
definitely been a while, and eventually you're gonna run out of matches. So I was trying to go through and find like spells that were a lot more in tune with just kind of like survival aspects, not really so much for like I could go in there and cast a bunch of fire runes and cast a flamethrower on a fire, but I don't want to turn it to ash. I just want to start a fire, a simple bonfire. So, not to mention, if I did that, it could go out of control. I could hit you, the wagon, myself. There's a chance to kill us all. So, I want to find something that's, a little more practical to use. Like such as Jafar?
Huh?
You do realize you are a big screen over here, right? Like, it is a humongous screen. So when you get close to the webcam, it's like in my face, essentially. You were an entire monitor.
I didn't know that.
I told you I can't put anything on my left screen. You are an entire monitor.
I'm sorry. This is the same on my left side. But it's everyone, not. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I just assaulted him. Carry on.
Okay. But you're just sitting there, and he's you see him like kind of like read through the spell, and he's like, well, you see, I want to use stuff in more of a practical sense. I mean, there's a bunch of spells out there that I could use for certain things, but as for starting a fire, there's not too many that I know of, especially when it comes to rune magic. Like rune magic, if I wanted to, I could do the water and fire runes, and I could create some type of boiling water or something. I can use, if I wanted to make like a little bit of a safety like trench almost around, I can make like a mud trench, for a kind of like to trap anything that tries to sneak up on us in the middle of the night. I could use the water and earth runes for that. But the thing is at the end of the day, I don't have anything to really. Wait a second, and then you see him rip out another book real quick as he throws the other one into the sand, and he starts going through it real quick, and he goes, yes, and you notice on the front of it is the fire rune book, and he's like going through, and he goes, I forgot about this, and he has the you notice that it is the page for the flaming rock spell, and he goes, I could use this. And so you see him kind of like stand up real quick. You see him cast the fire rune and then the earth rune. You see a flaming rock kind of appear. And he goes, do we have any wood? And not the cart itself, but just any leftover wood.
I yell over to the back. Do we have any wood back there?
You see Marquise kind of perk his head up and he goes, let me check. And you see him look over to his right. He looks over to his left. He looks down at his legs, kind of just in a crisscross applesauce, and he goes, "No. Besides the wagon, no."
Then no. We don't have any wood.
And Yorn just kind of sits there a little bit in disappointment and goes, "Oh." And then all of a sudden, he's, as he's standing there, you see the flaming rock that was floating in front of him just fire forward, just past everybody. And he goes, yeah, I probably should have waited to do that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So
It's
we don't
okay,
have any
though.
wood. How are we supposed to make a campfire?
Usually sleep without a campfire.
In the middle of a desert at night? Do you realize how cold it gets out here? I would know. I've had to sleep out here in the cold.
Yes.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm sure we can find something to light on fire.
I mean, we could kind of just head to, there was the meeting point with with your friend Jafar. Jafar was his name, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there was the meeting point that you mentioned with Jafar, like down south. Do you know how far south?
I do not.
We were just pulled south.
Well, I mean, instead of having to spend the whole night out here, we could spend another couple of hours going south. And worst comes to worst, we still don't have a fire. We'll just set up somewhere else. So,
Okay.
I
mean, that's fine with me.
It's probably our best bet, really.
Yes, instead of sitting out here at night with
Yeah.
a
I mean, it
lack of
is.
fire. Yeah,
it is kind of hot right now, but yeah, the desert gets really cold at night. So,
Oh, it's not nighttime right now.
well, yes, but it'll be nighttime in a couple of hours.
I still, because I haven't taken a long rest yet. I'm still like mostly withered, so my mind is kind of going right now.
Yes. Well, we could take a little bit of time maybe when we find this meeting, because this meeting point could have a tavern. I don't. Did he mention anything? Like, did he mention if it was a village or if it was?
Sorcerer just said south. That's all I know.
Okay.
I believe he said it was like a small town right before Agrabah.
Yes, I
Cool.
believe that is
Small
the
town,
point.
which means there's probably a tavern or an inn or at least a random person we could pay a few gold pieces to stay the night at their house. I mean, anyways,
There's a lot of
either
people
ways, there's probably a place with fire. If needed, we could find a barrel somewhere and maybe get some wood. But
I would sit in that barrel, but anyway. But I have fire resistance.
I'd be fine sleeping in the sand.
Let's just make a sand blanket, don't you know?
but how are
I'm
we?
completely joking, by the way. This is not serious whatsoever.
Okay. So we're going to head off.
We're going south.
Okay, so we're heading off to go south. Cool.
Yes.
Well, I guess let's hop back on. Let's go.
Yeehaw.
Come on, let's go. And you see Yor just run over. He hopped up back in the front. Back in the front
I thought we
seat.
were already on the car.
No, I said I said he got off to unpack
Wait.
and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because we all thought we were going to go.
Yeah,
have a-
everybody-
I definitely disconnected because my computer died and I had to
okay.
fix all that, so I missed a couple things.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Nah, he was. Y'all thought you were gonna sleep the night, so
That's why I was like, did we take a long rest?
you thought
'Cause
you were
I
gonna
was-
survive the night. So he hops up in the front and he goes, "Okay, let's do this."
Let's go.
Yeah.
I drive off. If everybody's
So-
ready, I drive off.
So, once again, you head off. And you keep going south for a couple more hours. And you move south for a bit, and you eventually, as you get about 7 more miles, you then start to see kind of, a couple miles away, you see a village
Oh?
appearing right in front of you as you're traveling down, and you eventually start to come up on it, and once you're about a mile away from it, you then see Yorn kind of like go from like reading a book and like flipping through stuff. He looks up and he just goes, "Is that a village?"
I believe so.
That does in fact look like it. That looks like a village.
Well, hey, good. We finally found someplace.
Yes,
Now I
We
can
did!
actually heal myself.
we did. And you see him like he grabs your shoulder, Morgoth, and he's just like, "We did it, Morgoth. We did it. We found a village. We're not going to die tonight."
Yes. Wait. Morgoth. Oh, wait. Yes, you forgot. I didn't tell you about that. Either way, that's a conversation for another time.
Yes. It's short.
not
Whatever.
going to die today.
Just take us to that place. They might have a place that's going to be
Absolutely.
warm for the night.
We're
We're
not
not
going
going
to
to die.
Yes, we're not going to die, Yorn. No one was afraid we were going to die except maybe you.
Hey, look, man. I'm a frail little wizard.
Just a frail little goblin wizard, okay? You just leave me alone.
I don't do well with the cold, okay? There's a reason that I don't live out in the tundra.
I mean, there's a reason I don't live out in the tundra. I mean, I'm fire resistant, not cold resistant.
And so, you take a moment and you finally start arriving at the edge of this village. And as you come up on the village, you see a few people, walking around doing their daily business. You don't see any like stalls or anything, but you do see a couple shops as you kind of like enter the edge of the village. And on the far side of it, you can see what looks like to be a bunch of kind of like farms, but they're not just fields of stuff. You essentially see like a bunch of like barrels and baskets and stuff like that, all kind of like set up and kind of like almost put into the ground, like about halfway. Pretty much have created like their own like irrigation system with some like piping, and they've just created basically their own hydroponics, and everything. So they've got like advanced, like they've used basically what looks to be dirt and stuff. You can somewhat remember the coastal beaches and everything. There were areas in which there were trees and dirt and everything kind of on the coast in certain areas, and it looks like that they have taken that and pretty much created their own little field where they can grow crops. You see that on the far side of the village, kind of from where you are. You see a couple fields out there, and you see a couple shops around you, and kind of out in front of you is this, it's this like, kind of like double building almost. You see, on one side, you see a couple people sitting outside. There's a little table, what leads to what looks like a tavern. And then on the other side, you see a sign with like a book icon on it, where you assume it's some like type of library.
Books, you say?
Yes, books.
As in potentially rune books? Probably
Maybe.
not, but we'll see. So where to go first? Other than to park the cart, because obviously we're going to park the cart, but
Yeah. You see, you see a good spot where you could park it. There's like an open spot to the left of the tavern, or you could park it in the
Alright.
middle of the road. It's your choice.
no, I'd rather just park in the spot.
Okay.
So yeah. You know what? I think if something happens, I'm gonna challenge myself in this journey. I'm gonna put my greatsword in a secret compartment that's in our cart, just so it doesn't get stolen.
Don't you tend to lose your carts a lot?
I'll put it in my room once we have a tavern.
That is a good point. Okay. So does anybody have any money?
I'm flat broke.
You just hear me cast thaumaturgy and go, ha ha! No.
Vanessa?
We're basically flat broke, Johnny. So
We're all flat.
Anybody got... Guys, when I got sucked into that weird portal, you just... like... all of my stuff got left with you, essentially.
When you had money?
we've been through a couple of carts.
Did you not grab any of it?
We've been through a couple of carts since then.
Well, we kind of
Oh.
assumed that it was sucked in with you. But
Oh,
Yeah.
I was... And
Okay,
you
then we
s-
have
you-
Marquise, and
you s-
Marquise is rich.
You see him, like, reach into his pockets, and he, pulls them inside out, and he's just like, I don't have any money. I've got a sack in the cart with a couple books. That's it. We're gonna die out here.
I mean, I got what's equivalent of 16 gold pieces and silver and
16
color.
16 gold pieces? That's perfect.
Yeah.
We can stay the night. We're going to live. We're going to live, guys. And then
Yorn, what is up with you?
out of nowhere, Marquise just like walks out the door and he goes, I have us a few rooms now. They only had 2 available, so we're gonna have to bunk up.
Oh, yes, well,
And
that's
Jord
fine.
runs over it. You see him give him a hug, and he just goes, "Thank you. I want to die."
He's very fearful of death all of a sudden.
It is okay, Goblin friend. It is okay. And he looks at all of you, kind of like concerned. He's just like, "Is he okay?"
I kind of mouth back. I don't know. I really don't. I kind of like ask him, like, Yorn, are you okay? You seem to be afraid of death a lot more lately.
He kind of
What have you
like,
been through?
you see him kind of like stand up a bit. He brushes himself off a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm sorry. It's, when I got sucked through a portal, I started to realize, I was not really, I mean, I was kind of afraid of death, but it wasn't that, it wasn't like death was a concept that I really like thought about before. But once I got sucked through that portal, I started to realize there are fates worse than death.
Oh?
There are fates worse than death. Like, I could have sat in there forever. I could have
That is
sat
very true.
in the portal because I sat in there what seemed like days, and when I popped out on the other side, I didn't even know if I was in the same year. But
What? Where did you land? Directly in that village, or did you...
well, you see, and you see him like kind of like grab his stomach. He goes, "Can we go eat first?"
Yeah, sure, we'll talk about it over dinner.
Yes. Then let's go inside. And you see him like grab Marquise's arm and goes, "Marquise, you have the money. Come with me."
Yeah, I think this is the episode where Marquise is just going to be the party's, like, sugar daddy. Gonna see cool
Whoa.
stuff. Like,
Whoa, this is not what I signed up for.
I'm sorry, I didn't know any other way to phrase it.
Look, you're here on Idiocracy. There's always some weird fanfic going on.
Carry on.
So
I just meant for the money.
yeah.
So
So
carry on.
make your way inside. There's a couple people inside kind of chilling. There's a musician, of course, playing music, and you see a couple other people kind of sitting off to the side, ready to start playing songs as well. And you're in there, and as soon as you walk in, you've already seen Yorn and Marquise have made it. They've made it to the back of this tavern, essentially, and they're just like. You see Yorn's just like he's sitting there talking to the bartender, probably trying to order something. and you start looking around. You see a couple tables got a few people. You see one empty table that can fit pretty much like 4 of you. So you 4 essentially. But there are extra chairs around, so you could pull them up. But as you're looking around the room, you don't see anything like there's nothing out of the ordinary happening. But you do in fact notice that Yorn is he's ordering, but it's not just one thing he's ordering. You notice that one plate gets on the table. You see a tankard, another bowl of bread pops up on the table. There's another tankard. There's more stuff. And it's getting to the point this whole bar is just full of food. And a guy walks up and he's trying to order something as you're all just kind of standing a little bit in awe, of the whole thing. And you just see the guy kind of get angry that he's just having to wait before he can order from all the stuff that Yorn is ordering. And Marquise, not even batting an eye, just not even batting an eye, just paying for every single thing that Yorn is ordering here. And he's at this point he has ordered about 8 drinks and enough food to feed every single one of you about 3 times already.
Oh,
I go this quickly yell out, Yorn! Marquise is not made of money. I know it looks like it. He's not made of money. Stop buying all the food.
And Yorn kind of stops. He turns around and he goes, "Why?"
Because he's going to run out of money, and then we won't have anything to buy anything cool with.
He just...
What is he doing?
Trust me, I don't know. So, there's, gosh, I lost my train of thought.
Good going, Jafar.
Just walk up to the bar and just be like, Yorn, can I just have a tankard, please?
And he goes, well, why 1 tankard when you can have 2? Let's enjoy the fact that we're alive.
Yes, you're right. Actually, I was just trying to be courteous, but if you want for 2, I'll take 2.
He goes, of course, and you see him turn over. He grabs 2 tankards, and he goes, and he hands them to you, and he goes, wait a minute, 1 second, and then he grabs another tankard, and he shoves it in your arms. He then grabs a bowl and sticks it on top of the tankard, trying to balance it, and then he takes a plate and tries to balance it on top of that bowl, and he goes, hold that, okay, and then he ends up grabbing this humongous bowl, this thing.
All right,
it's about 2 feet wide, just full of various meats. And he takes this. He goes and try to see if you can carry this to the table for us. He's trying to stack it.
Gosh.
Lord, I'm strong, not athletic. Fine.
Did you
casually walk back to the table?
I just imagine just Morgoth just leaning down so they can put it on top.
Fine. Yeah, actually, no, I do that. That's what I'll do. Anything else wish to put on top of this?
No, you can come back for the second trip.
No, see, here's the problem with that, Yorn. I'm a 1-trip type of man.
I understand. Marquise, I'm not exactly tall enough to put the next thing on. Can you help with that? Friend, I don't think we should pile any more. I will help carry some of this, but I mean, and then the bartender kind of chimes in. She's like, you do know that I can get someone to bring it to the table for you, right? And your turn's free of charge? Yeah, that's kind of their job. I see. And then you see Yorn just reach over and he starts taking stuff off of Morgoth's pile and putting it back onto the counter. And he goes, well, He's well, we'll take a couple drinks with this, but thank you for your service. And he just walks off with a drink in his hand.
I just like the fact that Yorn's become like this money goblin at this point.
Yes, why? Jordan, please don't waste any more of Marquise's money. I mean, yes, we will feast like kings, but still, I may want to buy a new set of armor.
I see. So
If of course, if that's okay with Marquise, I will pay you back. Actually,
yes, I see. It's yeah. You're right. I shouldn't spend as much money. I'm just trying to enjoy tonight as much as possible.
oh yes, and we all greatly appreciate that.
Yes. It has been a long time since I've seen any of you, and honestly, I thought I was a goner. And so
Yes, we all thought you were a goner.
yes. And we don't get to do this. We never got to do this. We never got to sit down and really enjoy ourselves. The one night we planned on doing that, well, if I remember correctly, well, all of you kind of went off with what was it was Eduardo and what was that other guy's name?
Ugh.
No, Ugg's right there. It
Oh,
was that
Oh.
other friend.
Ugh. Oh, he was not a friend. Doodle?
No, not him.
What?
The other guy, the one he's not here with us. It's Caden. Caden, yes, that's what his name was.
Wait, yes, that's the one.
Whatever happened to him?
Yeah. About
With the mention of Caden's name, Vanessa just kind of like covers her mouth. Like,
I just kind of like lean in a little bit and go, yes, it's probably best if we don't mention that. He passed away a while back. It's still bothering Vanessa a lot. Bothers the rest of us, obviously, but
Oh,
you know how Vanessa is. She takes everything extremely personally.
I see.
It was a noble sacrifice, though, so it didn't die in vain.
I see. Sorry I brought it up.
Oh no, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Whew.
Yes, it's a very heavy subject. We've lost a lot. Remember
Yes.
Gore?
Yes, I do. I was gonna ask about him too.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and tell you, he didn't make it either. It's taken a while for me to get over that.
Oh.
Yes, but I'm okay now, though. So
Yeah, I see.
we lost a couple of people along the way since we last saw each other.
Wow, I missed a lot.
Yes, yes, you have. But you're back now, so let's just celebrate.
Yeah. Let's go celebrate. And you see him just kind of walk over to the table, you know. He pulls an extra chair over and he just kind of sits down. Meanwhile, Marquise is kind of standing there with a couple plates in his hands. And you start to notice there's a waiter like kind of bringing over some of the rest of the stuff, and Marquise just kind of looks at you and he goes, "I'm not entirely sure if this was the right time to tell him, but since he knows, it's probably best we should eat this food up before he loses his appetite."
Yes, well, I mean, I figured now would be a better time as any. Go ahead and give him the briefing of everything that's happened. But, yes. Let's go ahead and eat now before we all lose our appetites.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's go enjoy the meal. Well, You enjoy the meal. You know me.
Actually, I'm gonna go get some
Yeah,
water
You know,
real quick. I'll be right back.
of course. And he walks over. You know, he starts bringing stuff to the table, and he goes, "Well, friends, enjoy. Enjoy the nice, delightful food. Bjorn wanted to order a lot for all of you, so I decided to. And don't worry about paying me back. It's the least I could do for all the trouble you guys went through for, well, to be able to pull me out of the cursed village. So, enjoy tonight, because, well, we have a festival to go to pretty soon."
Thank you, Marquise.
No, thank you. And enjoy. And you see Marquise kind of, he kind of like stands there, just almost like his legs lock a little bit, like in place. And you see like his upper torso and everything kind of move. He just starts grabbing stuff, but almost like his legs are completely locked in place. He's just grabbing certain things. And you see that he is brewing himself some more tea.
Ah, nice.
So, y'all feast.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, you see Morgoth just start chowing down on this meat.
Yep. And while y'all are eating, y'all do in fact notice that every once in a while you'll see Yorn take a bite, but he's not quite, he's not quite eating that much. He's barely gotten through about half of his plate before y'all notice that he's not exactly eating.
I kind of look over to him because I noticed this, and I'm like, "Yorn, are you okay? I know that was a lot of information."
He goes, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just needing a bit of time to process.
That's fair.
It is definitely a lot."
Yeah.
So, I didn't realize I lost that much time. You see, when the day I got sucked into that portal, random black hole came out of nowhere while I was in that room, and we were all, one day chilling in the inn and having a great time, and all of a sudden I get sucked into this black hole.
Mhm.
And I eventually, sat in there, and it was just a void. There was nothing. I didn't notice anything. It just felt like I was in stasis for days, maybe even weeks. And I was sitting there for a while, and eventually, after sitting in there for so long, lost track of time completely, I then just see like a weird light. And as I'm sitting there floating in this black void, I see myself kind of trailing off to this light. And eventually, just poof. Huge bright light. I'm pretty much blinded by the first light I've seen in what could be days or weeks. And I wake up and I'm sitting in the middle of this weird town. There's, people all around. You hear gunshots almost constantly. Everyone there looks like they haven't taken a bath in a year or two. And it's just, it was such a crazy town. And I ended up kind of being summoned right in the middle of it. I mean, it's almost like someone brought me there. It was just in the middle of town.
Yes, that was a crazy town. I remember that place.
I ended up there, and a lot of the a lot of the people there, like, upon seeing me just appear there, they immediately thought I was a devil. So, of course, a couple of them shot at me. A couple of them tried to attack me. A few of them did try to stop it, but, overall, I was just being chased around town for a while. And after a few hours, I finally thought to myself, like, how are you guys going to find me? And then I remembered. I had a map. In this map that I had, I'm not sure if you've ever seen it, but it was a map that had directions basically pointing to the northeast, which was to a set of ruins that I had heard about while talking to the professor. So he ended up telling me about some ruins that could lead to something magical, some magical device, or at least some new knowledge on how to further improve our portal system that we've been doing. And so with us being trying to figure out how to do that portal system, I wanted to go check it out. So I marked it down on a map, and it labeled some ruins to the northeast of Hector, just above a village. But I didn't know anything about the village. Didn't know the name. I didn't know what it was like. And so I simply just marked it down on a map and hoped. But then I thought about it. Where was I exactly? And so after running around for a while, I finally decided to put on a disguise. I hate to say this, but I did in fact steal some clothes from a clothesline, and I found a hood, and I went into the inn there. Talked to the bartender a bit, and he told me that I was in the village of Tortuga. And so, being there, I started to realize that this might have been the place that I was looking for. And I ended up traveling traveling north a little bit from the village after he told me this. But right before I did, I went around back behind the tavern, and just in case, because I know how well, and he looks over at Arilo and he goes, I know how he is with bars. And I thought maybe, just maybe, you end up behind the bar. So I went over. Do I have 2 songs playing? I do. Wait a minute, that was weird. Sorry, my music was acting up. What the heck? But essentially, I went behind the bar and I casted some runes on the ground. I set up what seemed to be some type of visual rune magic. It's something I wasn't really it's not something I really know how to do too well, but I do remember reading about it in a book. So I cast it on the ground and I tested it once or twice, and the entire purpose was to cast runes, and what it was supposed to do is essentially just allow someone who knew the same rune that was cast on the ground, whichever I remember, it was like the fire rune that I put. You could then cast it and it would reveal a location from the caster's mind that they were thinking of. And for me, I had a visual picture of what I thought the ruins were supposed to look like. And so I casted it and it worked when I tested it. So I then left that trail. I traveled north to the ruins and ended up going through going through everything there, and I was trying to find some sort of I don't know, it was just, it was almost like I needed to go through it. It's almost like it was calling out to me in some way. So I ended up going through the ruins, and it was hard to get there in the first. I mean, it was hard to find it in the first place. I mean, it. I mean, random ruins out in the middle of nowhere next to a village, and barely anybody knows about it. I mean, it was pretty hidden. So I got there, figured out the puzzles, got through, and somehow survived all of that. And as I got to the final room, it was this huge chamber, lined up with coffins, a huge red carpet leading all the way up to this like ancient throne. And there was a ghost appearing all over the place, and just in a crazed panic, I didn't talk, I didn't fight, I knew I was alone, and I didn't have really much to do. I saw skeletons on the way there, so I thought I was going to be dead, and so I got out of there. I saw a skylight in the roof and disappeared up into the roof. Sat there while looking at this big barrier surrounding the tower for a while, and eventually I started hearing noise from inside, almost like people calling out in a certain way, and I saw the skylight start to close. I panicked, and then I could hear almost like what seemed like clashing of swords, maybe a gunshot or two, and some people yelling out. And one weird name that I heard while they were in there was what was it? It was Cassidy. And as I heard that, like, I kind of assumed it was like a group of adventurers or something finally decided to go up in the ruins, and as that happened, I didn't really know what to think. Maybe they thought I was going to be a goblin that was part of the ruins themselves. Maybe I was like the final boss of the ends. I mean, you know how these things go. So as soon as the skylight started to open again, I ran, but I didn't know where. There was a huge barrier, so I got closer and closer, and as I saw what looked like to be some bird-like creature pop out of the skylight, I jumped into the barrier and ended up somewhere else, just in an instant.
Yorn,
What?
that was us.
What?
That was us.
Wait,
Cassidy?
you went through. You went through the tower.
The ruins.
You went through.
Yes, you did exactly what predicted our movements exactly correct. We were right there.
Oh my gosh.
That bird guy was probably Ugg.
We actually went in there hoping to find you, actually.
Yeah.
If only I didn't panic. Just. It would have been.
Yes.
I would have seen you a lot earlier.
Oh, I mean,
But
the clashing of swords and gunfire, and it's kind of a scary thing.
yeah,
So it's understandable.
still.
If only I didn't knock over that one candelabra with a sword.
But I ended up essentially just jumping into the barrier. It ended up transporting me into the desert. I didn't know where I was. I just knew that not too far from me was a beach, and there was a town kind of in a decent ways away. In the very faint distant, I could hear a bell of some kind. It sounded almost like a port bell. So I assumed maybe this town or city was, it had a port, or like a port or a harbor. So I headed there, and I eventually kind of stayed there for a while, and it was, I don't know, up until a couple of weeks ago before I left It was right after there were rumors of some group or of people, maybe some party coming through, and they were causing some ruckus. It seems. First, some outsiders went and attempted to pull the sword out of the stone and conquer the town square challenge. There was this like shopkeep tea shop. Did y'all ever end up going to a tea shop in
Yes,
Board?
that was also us.
So
We were the ones causing the ruckus in Board.
So at the secret black market, you also caused a ruckus there, and
That is where Gore died.
gosh. So every time that I just got scared of a group of travelers doing some like extreme thing out of the ordinary, you're telling me it was
Yeah.
you?
Most likely. Do you have any more stories?
I mean,
That's because the whole
There
Sword
were-
in the Town
there
Square
were-
thing was me and O'Rilo.
I'm not entirely sure everything. Let's see. There was the curse of the voodoo village.
Which time?
Which
But there,
We were there twice.
there was it was like a before I came into the village, and I came into the village, like I had traveled from Board to some mining village, and after a while I ended up heading over to the village you
that's the
found
one
me
we
in.
freed.
And when I got there, the day of, some curse like surrounded the village essentially.
Oh,
Are you telling me that was you?
that probably was us. Yes.
So what
We
about
drove off and people exploded.
what about the rumors of a dragon coming out of the mining village?
Oh yeah, I rode on that dragon.
The dragon that flew into the arena of Hestia
That was also us.
and killing 54 guards?
Orgbu was really cool.
nice going, Morgan.
Oh my gosh! Every time that I ran away from that dangerous party that they called the Dragon Riders,
Yep, that's
it was
us.
you!
Yes, it was us.
I've spent so long searching for you, and you were just right behind me the whole time!
Yes. So really, you haven't missed much of anything.
This is quite the
You've
reunion.
heard everything.
I don't even know what to say. It's just...
It's not much to say. You basically said everything. It's just...
54 guards?
Yeah, part of that I was a part of, but then I hopped off before we started killing.
I'm...
Yeah.
Well, y'all know the rest of the story, essentially. But...
Oh yeah, so did you ever end up in a magic cave of some sort in the middle of the desert?
Magic Cave?
Oh,
I remember a cave. The only thing I remember is when I was floating around in that void. I did have a dream one night that like I appeared in a cave and I was like talking to all of you, but
Oh, that wasn't a dream, buddy.
what do you mean?
We apparently, in our raced mind desperation, did call upon you for magical help. As your name was in like a book or something? I don't.
So, if I remember correctly, it was on the wall.
Oh yes, it was on the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, so that wasn't a
How?
dream. You actually did talk to us. Yes, it's a lot. But
You see him just like quickly stand up and he goes, I'm gonna head to the room now.
that's understandable.
I'm
Probably need to do the same thing.
I think it's probably best if I get some rest first.
Yes, same, because I look out of character. I basically look like the tiefling version of Emperor Palpatine. So, I'm gonna go lay down and cure my wounds.
That Yeah, sounds great. Marquise, you have the keys, right? Oh yes, of course. And you see him pull out a key and he's about to hand it to him and he goes, but weren't you planning on going to the library? And he goes, you're right. It's probably best I go there first.
I'll head
don't,
with you. I'm looking for
yeah,
a lightning rune book.
so, yeah, it's probably best. Marquise, planning on heading with us? It does seem intriguing. I might end up finding myself a nice book on, maybe some new recipes of something I haven't seen or anything. So,
Ah,
especially
nice.
tea. It would be nice to learn a few more recipes.
Absolutely.
Well,
And, Marquise, if there's a lightning rune book that I have to pay for, do you mind helping me out with that? You can just start a tab. I'll do whatever job you need me to do to work it off, but
do not worry about that, friend. We'll see when when the time comes on what the price is.
well, thank you, good sir.
Of course. Well, would any of the rest of you like to tag along?
Where'd you say you were going?
We're heading right next
Library.
to the right next door to the library.
Sure. I'll tag along.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Of course, of course. Well, it seems if everyone's ready, unless y'all want to spend a few more minutes eating.
I'm good. I'm pretty full.
Well,
Yeah.
if that seems fine, then let's head on to next door to the library. And with that, Marquise kind of leads the way as Yorn quickly follows behind, leading all of you pretty much out the door, where you go to head next door to the library.
We'll get a drink. I'll be back.
So, you end up heading next door to the library, and you kind of pop in, and you start to, you pop in, kind of look inside, and you don't hear anything at first. It's kind of dead silent as you're in there. You don't see anybody, you don't hear anybody, and you see these, but you see like the room, it's got a couple tables in the middle, for you, if you wanted to sit down and read. There's a couple, little, like desks kind of sitting off on the side, for someone that wants to read by themselves or whatever. But there's a lot of, along the edges of the room are a couple like tall bookshelves, and in the middle you see a bunch of like bookshelves that come up, about stomach height or the chest, depending, your height essentially. Comes along that area, and it's just filled with books all the way inside the room, all the way around, just books everywhere. You notice there's a small room or you notice there's a room, a door to a room to the back left, and you see another one like to the back right, essentially, as you walk in. You don't see anybody in there per se, but you do feel like that there is someone in the room somewhere. Well, friends, it seems we're here, so if you would like to take a look around, feel free. I will see if I can find somebody who works here.
Okay. And I'll just kind of go goes to look for like books on like magic.
Yep. So you start searching around for a bit. You see a couple like, magic books. As in for are you looking for anything specific, or are you just trying to like read through some magic stuff?
Just magic in general.
Okay. So yeah, you're just looking around, you find a couple books that you end up, kind of looking at a bit, kind of scrolling through. And you just all of you just look around for a bit, making your way, having a grand old time.
I am specifically looking for a lightning rune book.
A lightning rune book.
Yeah, or just any rune books in general. I'm just trying to learn all the runes.
Yeah, so you look around, you don't see any rune books in that. You do see like the starter and the advanced books though to help you learn more. This is a library. It's not like a magic book shop. What you've noticed is just a library. So
great. Now I just actually have to read. Fun.
Yes, reading. That's the problem we're having.
Well, any interesting topics? Any books with interesting topics I might see? I already know the starter stuff, and I have the advanced book.
Any books of topic? I don't know. I'm looking through over here. If you want to come help me look, I guess.
Sure.
So I'm also looking for like any type of like information on maybe like magical items or something.
Ooh. Yes, maybe we can find some fun magical armor.
I don't know. I want to learn a little more before we get down to Agrabah. And with that, you see a random head pop up out of nowhere, just like from behind one of the bookshelves. Just like you see a head kind of like pop up as he says the word Agrabah.
Did someone say Agrabah?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
When did he get here?
Wait,
Guys, is that you?
Jafar, friend, where have you been?
Wait,
A long time.
wait. This is Jafar?
Yes, this is our friend Jafar.
Hello, yes. It is I, Jafar, collector of fine magical items, and you are?
I am Yorn. It's nice to meet you. As you see this short goblin kind of like waddle up to you and just like hold out his hand to shake it.
I'm sort of resistant at first. I kind of lean back, and then I'm like, "Nice to meet you," and I shake his hand. Yorn, that name. If I remember correctly, you guys mentioned a Yorn the last time we met, though he was missing. Though I see someone else is missing as well. Where's your rabbit friend? Did you ever find them?
Oh. No, we did not.
Wait, did you have a heron gone with you?
Yes, that was Jackie.
Jackie, that was her name. We lost her in the market and went on our adventure without
him, but yes.
Him.
It's okay. He left after that. I don't know. I guess he went on his own adventure. Either way. So yes, you heard. I got a Yorn. Like I talked to him for a second. I'm like, yeah, Yorn. The gunshots you heard were probably Jackie.
Okay. You didn't mention this a few minutes ago while we were in the tavern, but
well, you meet people.
Whatever. Well, it's nice. It's nice to meet you, sir. They've been talking bit about you. They
Oh,
said
really?
they actually the main reason we were down here is because of the fact that, well, we were searching for you before we headed to Agrabah.
All good things. I hope they have said. I remember them being very worried about you, because you had been missing for so long. So glad they found you.
Yes, I am too. Man, I would probably be dead by now if I haven't found them. Seriously, no, they had a whole mess happen back in that other village, and I probably would be.
Yeah,
What, that
well,
village
to
with
be
the creepy
fair-
goblins? Gosh, I hated that place.
You see Yorn kind of look at you, almost offended at the word goblins.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I meant because it was cursed.
Ah, I see. Yeah, no, I didn't really like the goblins there, anyways.
Well, yes,
I look confused. If I look very confused and moves on.
Morgoth also looks very confused. I was like, Jafar, that village was weird, but I found this cool knife.
Ooh, what? Can you tell me about this knife?
Yes, apparently when I, either stab or cut someone, someone's a shadow. An attack for me and necrotic damage.
It possesses the magic ability to create a shadow?
Yes.
Of what origin? The person you attacked, yourself? I'm very interested.
I guess it just comes out of the knife.
Wow. What does the shadow look like?
It's really just one of those like creepy hooded shadow things. I couldn't really tell you. I
Like a
haven't done much
Dementor.
research.
Like a Dementor.
Very close. Very close. Yes.
Wow, that is fascinating. You'll have to show me in action sometime.
I would love to, actually. It would be a lot of fun. I can also do necromancy now. I figured that one out.
Congratulations. That is a discipline that eludes me currently. It also honestly scares the heck out of me. So I think it's more of out of personal preservation, if anything, that is keeping me from learning it.
It kind of scared me too when I first did it. I did it accidentally.
I would love to
avoid
hear
ruining
that.
shit room.
Accidentally, who did you raise from the dead?
Well, I didn't. It was just two random skeletons. It was more I just summoned skeletons.
Oh.
So it was just I raised somebody. I don't know who. Had swords and they fought. So
That's exciting stuff.
extremely, I was very
Yeah.
excited to find that out. But
Wow.
regardless,
I hear you guys are heading down to Agrabah. I
Yes.
believe our destinations seem to match. I've been looking, I stopped here and decided when I found out they had a library that I would check out their map section, hoping that I could find some decent maps for the desert. The desert to the south and southwest is vast and can be quite dangerous without proper navigation, but unfortunately the maps here are pretty limited. And when I asked the librarian if there were more than what he had, he said no. What he has in the map room is what he has, but there is a significantly large library in Agrabah, a vast collection of maps. They have a much larger map room. So I overheard you guys earlier, but I didn't realize it was you. Did someone say something about a festival?
yes, there's some type of festival in the next 2 days that was happening in Agrabah.
That sounds. And
I
you
don't
guys
remember.
are heading there for this festival?
Yes.
Fantastic. Maybe we should hitch a ride together again.
Absolutely agree.
How are you guys
Like
traveling?
fun.
I am still traveling
Um,
by foot.
We have a cart.
A cart
Yes.
with a horse?
No, it's like an automatic cart. I just drive it.
What kind of witchcraft is this?
I don't know. All I know is I cast a rune and pull the lever. And it goes forward.
Wow.
Amazing.
I leave you guys for how long has it been? How long has it been? How long has it been? Tell me.
Like a week and a
week?
half, 2 weeks, something like that.
I leave you guys for 2 weeks, and you guys find some incredible new magic objects. Man, I can't wait for you guys to show me everything you found. Maybe I should tag along more often. After you guys found me that eye of petrification, I've been trying to find a setting for it, whether it be a necklace or a brooch, so that I may wear it on my person. But man, I can't wait to see what else you guys have found.
Yeah, and
guess
as you're talking, you notice that Yorn's just like eyeballing. Jafar, you notice that he's like eyeballing your staff.
Hey there, little guy. Does this staff interest you? I see that you have been staring at it for quite some time, quietly.
Yeah. Is that a real snake?
That is a loaded question, sir.
No, I read about something like this. It's what is it called? It's called the Staff of the Cobra, right?
That is correct. The staff of the Cobra is my where was I going with this? Yes, this is in fact the staff of the Cobra, the only in existence. I may use it to summon an iron cobra, which is a real cobra, but now it is currently a staff.
And you just see him just kind of like look at it like closer, and he goes, "Wait, there's one problem."
What?
And he points about halfway down your staff, and he goes, "There's a crack in it."
Astute observation, Yorn.
And you see him kind of like back up, and he goes, sorry, I've been kind of like into magical items and spells and everything, and I've read about this a few times, and I did a bit of research, but I never thought I'd actually see it."
Well, you could say that it's been through hell and back. I would tell you how I got it, but then I'd have to kill you.
And you see him like kind of like tilt his head back a little bit, and he's just like, well then don't.
Works for me. It's been a long time since I've killed a goblin.
And Yorn kind of like takes a step back, and he's just like, "Does anybody else want to chime in?"
Morgoth is just standing there like
That was so
These
eyes
books are fascinating.
Morgoth is just standing there, eyes wide open, like looking back and forth between both of them, like, what is happening?
when you get two people who are really interested in magical objects, it's a rip snorting good time.
Absolutely, since you were talking about killing a goblin right in front of a goblin.
It's been a long time, I promise.
Okay, well that's fine. I mean,
He was asking for it.
There's a couple of times I wanted to kill some goblins, so it's okay.
Whoa.
Yep.
Yes.
You then hear a door from the back kind of just open up, and when it as it opens, you see a couple people walk through. You see a librarian, what looks like to be some type of helping hand, carrying like a crate of what looks like to be books and scrolls and stuff. They kind of end up walking out, and then you see Marquise kind of also like a kind of like a hand trolley in a way. It's made out of pure wood, just got crates of books essentially, and he's just sitting there like he's kind of wheeling it out, and he goes, "Oh, hello friends. It seems that on the way of looking for the librarian, I was drafted into some work, so I decided to help them out just a little bit. So I'm just going to be taking this stuff outside, and I will be right back."
Marquise! Hello!
And you see him like quickly stop, and he goes, I see you found Jafar. Hello, Jafar. It's nice to see you again.
You know, since we last met, or since we've parted, I've missed a cup of your wonderful tea. I've been to a few places since then in the last couple of weeks, and everyone's tea is a disappointment.
Well, I'm glad that you enjoy my tea, but it's more of the fact of not every tea is going to taste great unless you understand that the part of drinking tea isn't for the taste. It's for the feeling that you can actually feel when drinking tea. Is the emotions behind it.
I was about to say, what are you putting in this tea? Whoa. Ah, yes, a man of class. I always knew that. I could always tell.
Yes, well, thank you. I do try to make my tea taste very well, but also try to ensure that everyone can enjoy it, no matter how it
Who
tastes.
said that? Who said that? What? Cool.
What do you think he puts in his tea, Jafar?
I have no idea now.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Don't do
Okay.
that. Those are bad, okay? Sorry, I
But-
suck at ad-libbing, okay?
Yeah, so he turns his head and he turns his head back and he goes, "Well, off to go help them. I will be right back. All of you, have fun searching for whatever you were looking for." And he, as he's kind of walking away, all of you kind of like overhear the librarian and the helper there as Marquise wheels the stuff out. They kind of stop at the door, and you can quietly hear the librarian and the helper kind of talk, and librarian's just like, "Look, if this is all we have for the festival, there's no way that we're going to make that much money. I mean, we've got a couple things that might draw up something. I mean, look at this." And he pulls up something, and you can see, kind of like from an angle, you could see it's literally like, it almost looks like a children's drawing of a map of the kingdom of Hestia, and like basically like the ports and like trade routes essentially almost. And he goes, Nobody's gonna take this seriously. It looks like this is all we have. It's just maps of things nobody cares about. Like, who's gonna want to know where all these ships go in and out of ports? We already know that. Just go to the port. Like, is this all we have to sell? Like, this year is going to be a terrible year for us. I mean, last year we barely got by with what we had, but this is even worse. I'm sorry. It's just, look, we didn't get anything this year. Like, we've gotten nothing. It's just, well, it's been a very quiet year when it comes to the library. Of course, it's a quiet year. It's always quiet in the library. I meant getting stuff. I meant stuff coming in. We haven't had anything new in years. I mean, shoot, like, these people are the most exotic people we've seen in the last 3 years.
Whoa, who are you calling these people?
No offense. And you see, look, we don't have anything because we never get anything. So maybe this year we should spend a little money down there, and I don't know, maybe some of these maps will sell. There might be someone looking for something decent. I mean, earlier you had the weird looking one over there. I mean, you had him ask you about maps earlier, like. But I did show him. I showed him all of the maps that I could. Like, some of them have to go down so we make money. Yeah, but why just show him some of them? Look, we have to have something to sell. Okay? If I let everyone take stuff out, they might not bring it back. I mean, it's just that simple. I see. Whatever. Well, let's finish loading stuff up, and we can get everything else settled later, okay? Just let's get that up, and then we'll figure out stuff. And both of them kind of like look over at all of you who are looking back at them, and
I don't mean to interrupt, but did he say why didn't you show him all of the maps?
you don't have to worry. None of the maps were they weren't exactly. They're not like official maps. They're not maps that were actually taken to an archaeologist, to like a cartographer or an archaeologist to find the history or anything. Like they're not like anything that's. They look like they were drawn by children.
I see. Thank you for sparing me time.
I didn't. Yes, I didn't want to. I didn't want to waste your time with maps that were definitely not going to help you. So,
Well, I appreciate that. That is helpful. Sort of. Yep.
I mean, because you mentioned you wanted a map of the desert, right?
Yes. The most accurate possible, actually.
Yes. Unfortunately, the only thing that we had that was even remotely close to what you asked was a map of the desert that was drawn by my 3-year-old son.
Literally drawn by a
Literally
child.
drawn by a 3-year-old. And I only put it here because he wanted us to sell it in the festival.
That's
And you see
charming.
you see him pull it out of the little the box that the guy's carrying, and he shows it, and it's literally a circle with a couple trees, like a couple like childish trees drawn in around a random, like it's basically a circle with a house on it. And he's like, "This."
Are you sure that's the desert?
He said it's the desert.
Such a charming young lad.
Exactly. One day he is probably going to work here because I would never let him draw anything for me. Okay, so.
He's 3. He'll get better.
Well,
Let him keep trying.
Yes, of course. I'll let him keep trying, but someone's got to take over this library one day because, well, I'm not gonna do this forever. Okay, let's get going. And he starts like pushing the other one outside. This is like drop stuff off or load it up, and just kind of leaving all of you a little in a questionable mood.
I was meaning to ask you guys, what brings you to the library?
Just browsing.
Bjorn literally just wanted to look for books. So.
Are you a little
Oh,
bookworm?
okay.
Little book goblin?
You said that like it's a problem.
No comment. Jafar's face turns red. No, that's not what I meant. Being a book where it's good, reading's good for you and your wisdom and intelligence. You did, in fact, find me in a library after all.
Morgoth is actually over there, like, laughing. Your tone is funny, Magic Man. It made you seem like you were calling him an insolent child.
I would never.
Oh, I know. I know.
Again, Jafar tries to cover his reaction as he speaks. If you'll excuse me. And Jafar walks away. Calling me out of it now.
I kind of like, as he starts to walk away, I'm like, Jafar, wait, I only kid. Come back. It's
I
fine.
come back.
We all know what you meant.
Good, I'm
Okay.
glad.
Well,
Reading is good for everyone, except I don't
yes.
feel like it.
this has been fun.
That's okay.
But we should probably head back. I've kind of looked around a bit. I haven't found anything, and he points to Jafar. He goes, "Have you found anything in here interesting at all?"
Interesting. Have I found anything interesting? Have I found anything interesting, Johnny? The last time I tried to do anything, you're like, no, you're not allowed to make those decisions.
I mean, you didn't. Were you looking for anything?
I was just looking for maps. I'm just trying to find a detailed maps of the desert. So unless you're interested in maps, not really. No, I'm sorry.
No, you don't. Yeah, Yes. Well, unfortunately, I didn't find any spell books that looked intriguing, or I didn't have. So,
If you'll excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom.
I see. Well,
Understandable.
yes, that is understandable. Why is he just standing there? Menacingly.
Grabs it and sprints away.
It's like this scene from Iron Man where it's like, many people ask, how do I use the bathroom in this suit? That's how.
He just randomly sprints away. Just like,
uses the bathroom right there.
just like, oh, it's, like, he just runs into, like, it's like he runs into one of the back rooms and he's like, wasn't that a storage closet? You just hear a random voice from inside the storage closet. It's a bathroom now!
What are you doing in here? You're not supposed to be in here.
It is now.
God.
Oh, Morgoth is having a grand old time.
Oh, man.
So I guess, are we just gonna start heading back toward the tavern?
Oh, no, I thought we were... No, this is not actually canon. That's not... No. No, we're waiting on Jafar to come back. He's not in the bathroom. You're in the middle of a conversation.
He said, and then he said, I have to go to the bathroom. So I assume he's going back to the tavern.
No, that wasn't part...
This isn't a beach. This is a bathtub.
This isn't a bathroom. This is a sink.
Oh, my God.
This is a kitchen sink.
That's not...
This isn't a bathroom. This is a back alley dumpster. What's the difference?
I just... Look, that's not...
What?
And then some like random guy like pops us out of the the dumpster and just like, this is my home.
In my house. You can't come over here and do that. Yes, I'll also be glad to voice any NPCs that you wish me to voice, John.
No.
I can do some funny voices.
Just no.
Oh, why not?
Just no.
That would make it so incredibly stupid that it would just derail the entire campaign for 20 minutes.
Yes, it would.
You give me a terrible Swedish accent from one of the guys. Like, hello. Guten Morgen. The end of your brave adventures like a brewery today.
Say what?
It's
Say
so bad. It's
It's
so
horrible.
bad.
It's
Hello,
horrible.
fellas. You come around here often? Hello,
Say
fellas.
that
You
need
come
to use
around
the
here
water
often?
chamber. Say that you need to use the water chamber.
It's a howler we're having in July, yes? Sorry,
No,
family came
I'm
home.
Swedish.
Okay,
Oh,
you're in the
God.
middle of a conversation with Jafar.
Wait, what? No, I went to the bathroom.
Wait,
I told you he
Wait,
canonically went to the bathroom.
he canonically so you're telling me he canonically just stops the conversation and sprints to the bathroom?
Okay, so you guys just held off while I was AFK?
Yeah,
Yes.
because he told us to.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. All right,
like-
right back into character.
Oh my
Where were
gosh.
we?
Okay.
We were talking about books and how I found nothing that I was looking for or anything
Yes.
interesting.
Well, since you didn't find anything interesting and I didn't find anything interesting, it's probably best we find somewhere to go for the night. Hey, are you staying at the tavern next door?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Oh, that is convenient.
Agreed. I mean,
Because
considering
we
he's the only
are
one around.
because we actually are as well.
Hmm.
So it's
Cheers.
yeah. At least you got somewhere to sleep for the night. At first I thought we weren't, and then we did, and I was happy, and now I'm sad.
Wow, that's quite the roller coasters don't exist in this universe. That's
Why-
quite the ride.
Why are you sad, Yorn?
I
Don't be sad, Yorn.
Good
It's
talk.
okay, we're all
It's-
together again.
it's not. It's
I know. I
fine.
get it. You're processing a lot. Yes, I understand.
going on with him? What's got
the little
guy down?
He's been gone for a while.
I heard that, you asshole. I'm going through a lot right now.
he just starts breaking down. I don't
I
think
just
this
found
is
out my
okay.
best friend died. I
I'm
was
sorry.
gone. And on top of that, some other
Hey.
guy that I thought I knew, but I couldn't even think of the name of for like a full 2 minutes. He's
I'm
dead.
I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect. I was more of a concern. You just seem so broken.
You don't make a
and-
short
and
joke while being
deflated.
concerned.
Oh, sorry.
More
I don't know what came over me there for a moment.
Goblins are short. Anyway.
Sorry.
Well,
Regardless.
You just
From
see
the
Yorn
library
just
today,
turn.
you know?
He just starts walking away toward the door.
Yorn, I'm sorry.
Bang!
not.
Just
I
the,
barely know
just a
you.
slam of the door.
Wait, what did he say?
I'm not. I barely know him.
Wait, no, what did Yorn say?
Oh no! He just walks out and just bang, and you just see the library door just slam shut.
Do you think he'll be okay?
I think it'll be fine.
I
think-
wanted to make the joke out of character that Vanessa just kind of like pats Yorn on the head. It's okay, little guy.
What is that?
But Vanessa,
I wish you
Teaming him, man. I love all
Vanessa
short
is
people.
actually
There's
gonna-
nothing wrong with short people. Disclaimer.
Absolutely
Okay, back
not.
in fiction.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Vanessa is actually going to go after Yorn to make sure he's actually okay.
It's goblins.
Morgoth also.
If only
Goblins.
O'Reilly did that.
Morgoth also does that
Mm.
just because I feel bad.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, Riley says nothing.
Yeah,
Riley's
he doesn't
been quiet.
talk.
He's
He
just
doesn't
quiet.
talk.
Rylow's quiet until he's not, and then it's just the best
Yeah.
like 30 minutes of your life.
And then Ugg legit doesn't talk. So
Yeah.
Actually,
he does now.
he actually talks again now.
oh man, I can't wait for that moment where a character sees him talk for the first time.
Heck yeah.
Because I haven't seen that yet. Right?
But-
Have you
yeah.
said anything since I've gotten here?
He talks more now, but it's still like he doesn't put much in. A lot.
I'll be excited when it happens. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
I promise.
with
I'll
people
be excited.
chasing after Yorn, you head off to the tavern.
So,
time check?
what I learned in the library was that I can't read.
Oh. I'm sorry. My condolences.
I guess that didn't help. I was trying to read it upside down.
Well, there's your problem. Can I have a time check?
What do you mean? Like,
Is that a thing? Like
Like-
what time is it?
it's 10:52 for us, so 9:52.
I'm in game.
In oh, in game.
Yeah,
Bro,
I was
Yeah.
like, time check. What do you mean?
Do you not think I have a clock to look at? Like,
I thought maybe you pulled. I thought you had everything pulled up, so it was like blocking your timer. Because for me, with Discord pulled up, I can't see the time on that screen. So I thought maybe you were asking for the actual time, or maybe the time left of the session or whatever. I don't know.
That'll be whenever it is. 'Cause
Okay.
We know how well that went last time.
Yeah, it's true.
I have to roll a religion check for that. Okay.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's a joke.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a running joke. Every
I
time
am
something
way
really
over my
stupid
head.
happens,
oh,
every time something stupid happens, we roll a religion check.
got it.
Yeah, I see that Jafar's intelligence check went pretty low. Okay, so
Wow. Wow.
wait, just wait, shoom right over his head.
Well, If I
okay.
don't know the joke, how would I? Never mind.
I told you this
Yeah,
joke.
John, don't.
I told him the
bully
joke.
over the joke. What do you mean to Jafar over the joke?
I told him the joke.
Which joke?
The religion check joke.
Whenever something stupid happens to your religion check?
Yeah.
You never told me why, though, Johnny.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-mm.
To see if God,
Yeah, no,
see if God
I
is-
yeah, no, they roll religion check because they you know what? Let's just move on.
I'm not
Let's
gonna
just-
like this answer, am I?
No, he's not. You're not gonna like the answer because I
No,
told you
yeah.
before you didn't like the answer.
All right, moving on.
moving on.
Okay, so you'll head off to the tavern, or you walk back in. You see they've basically cleaned up the table from where y'all worked before. And you see a few people have left. There's like 2 people, sitting at the table. It's starting to get somewhat late. It's about, I say roughly about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Nice.
So it's starting to get kind of late, and you start to see the bartender. He's like kind of just he's wiping down the counter and everything. Seems like he's somewhat closing, as you notice that he's taking a lot of stuff off of it, putting behind the counter and everything, and you kind of hear a couple like cabinets close from behind it. But you can still enjoy some nice music and maybe enjoy some food if you really wanted. But yeah, you do notice that Yorn is not, in fact, in there right now. He is off. What you can assume is in the back,
The back of what?
the tavern where all the rooms are.
Oh.
Yeah.
The inn.
Tavern inn is
I mean, like the inn part of the.
the inn part of the tavern. Yeah. I know, and it never made sense to me either.
Well, I guess we should check the rooms.
Yes, I need to take a break and heal my wounds. I'm
You
still at,
guys. Sorry, God.
I was just gonna say I'm still at 8 health.
I'll be honest, you guys. I didn't notice until just now how beat up you guys look. What happened to you?
You just see me, and then I literally just look like Emperor Palpatine with devil horns.
Why does that one look like Emperor Palpatine with devil horns?
And who's Emperor Palpatine?
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Palpatine doesn't exist.
Wrong universe.
Yes, I was saying, like, think of a visual description.
I can imagine
he looks
Jafar
like-
in
he
game
looks
action
like-
goes wrong universe. My bad.
That's what I was doing in character. Don't you know I'm a multi-universal person?
He's a multiversal being, don't you know?
Don't you know that Disney owns Star Wars? In the same
And
universe
Aladdin.
now. Exactly. Oh, nothing gets past you. Sorry.
All of a sudden, Jafar like blows a whistle, and just like a tauntaun comes to his side.
That's my mount. My mount is tons.
Oh my.
I'm sorry. All right, pretend I didn't say that. Wow, yeah. What happened to you guys?
Necrotic withering.
I'm sorry?
Oh, withering touch.
Withering touch.
So you
Wow,
get
it must have
necrotic
been a
hit.
powerful one.
Yeah, multiple hits plus draining the power of a magic core into a much smaller core is very
Tumultuous.
asking. Yeah.
I've heard
So,
of such power.
Yes, it was very terrifying. But
Does anyone else have some terrifying stories from why you look like crap? Good talk.
well, I mean, he gave Orella arm, and then he got possessed by a ghost, so he basically just became an unkillable monster for like what, 20 minutes.
Who?
Rilo.
Whoa. What was that like, O'Rilo?
It felt like being turned into a pincushion.
Ooh.
My bad.
That sounds awful. Well, glad you made it out. I think you guys should get a well-deserved rest tonight.
You hear the
My room's down this hall.
you hear the tavern door just kind of open and close, and then you hear robotic clanking as you see Marquise walked up and he goes, Is no one going to mention the mishap with Ugg and how he almost got executed?
I'm sorry? I would love to hear the story.
In the mining village?
Well, yes. Did he? Was he about to be executed somewhere else as well?
I mean,
Which time, Marquise?
Yes, exactly. Which time?
I'm just kind of like looking down in shame.
Yes, that was also a very rough time. But hey, Marquise popped in like the hero he is and saved his life, so that's. Oh wait, where did you go during all that time, Marquise? Did you ever tell us that? I don't remember.
I was helping them pack up things for their cart.
No.
What?
When we were in the mining village, Marquise.
Oh, in the mining village.
Yes. I knew you were helping them pack up their cart.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I didn't really want to be a part of the whole thing, so I kind of ended up, walking off, and I started, looking around town, maybe seeing if I could find, anything. I might have a slight problem with tea. And so I was looking around for more tea stuff. Time kind of got the better of me, and after a while, I started hearing a lot of, swords clanging. I heard an arrow break a window, and after hearing, a bunch of craziness happen for a while, eventually I just kind of started to head back. And as I did, the sounds got louder and louder until I eventually arrived at the pit, where I see, our bird friend being put on his knees with basically a dagger to his throat, and some angry man there. It seemed like he wanted to do him harm, so I kind of sat there for a bit, and after a few minutes of waiting there and hearing you yell back and forth with him, I mean, I guess that's when I finally went over there and knocked him out.
Yes, that was very good timing, actually.
Well,
I remember after that, No, go ahead. What were you going to say, Marquise? I'm sorry.
I I was just saying I'm glad that I'm glad that he's okay because, well, it would have been very terrible for him to die over some tea.
Main thing I remember from that situation was being held with a knife and then going to sleep and then waking up to you guys.
Oh, yes, I forgot. That's to put you to sleep.
Not of my
What?
fine.
You see Marquise
Oh, I
kind of
mean,
you see Marquise in like a shocked face look over at Ugg. It's just like, you can talk?
You can talk? Jafar stares with his jaw just open.
Have you not heard me talking for a while now?
I was waiting for the right time to say something. Marquise did it. Or were you saying that to Marquise?
I was just saying that in general.
I was looking for the. Was he talking this whole time, Marquise?
I'm not entirely sure, but let's go with it.
I was.
Well, it's great to hear your voice once again.
It's great to hear your voice for the first time. Feel like I'm finally getting to meet you.
Yes, I vaguely have memories of what happened last time.
Yes, it was your flight that gave us that helped us find that shipwreck that I was so disappointed not to see from shore. Thank you again, Birdman.
Ugg looks like a little bit confused and just kind of says, "You're welcome."
Yep, I don't say anything. I don't respond.
Well,
like,
it is probably best we all end up heading to our rooms now, and probably get some rest, because if we want to get up before the sun actually starts getting very blazing, we're going to have to wake up pretty early.
Yes, well, my room's right down that hall, so I will head off to bed. Where shall we meet in the morning? Perhaps the tavern again?
yes, I guess so. I guess we'll all just meet up and have breakfast.
Fantastic. Jafar bows and walks away.
Just sort of give him like a head nod as he walks away.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, all right, everyone, how are we going to divvy up the rooms? Anyone?
Well, that is a good question. Do we even know how many beds are in each room?
We do not.
I suggest we go and check out the rooms before we decide on.
Yes,
what.
this is very true.
The guy didn't tell Marquise when he got the rooms how many beds are in the rooms?
Nope.
All right.
Oh, great.
What
Marquise-
kind of half-butt freaking establishment is this?
Marquise bought 2 rooms, so
Yeah, so he said that's all that he had left. I mean, it's better than not sleeping anywhere, so I decided to just take the 2 rooms. Never know, it could have a lot of beds, but let's go check to see how many they have. There are 3 beds in each room. As you see, like, Yorn kind of walk up and he goes, "Marquise never gave me the key." "Oh, that is my bad, friend. Here you go." And he hands him a key and he goes, "Thanks." And he just kind of like turns around and starts walking back.
it almost would have been funny if like Yorn like slams the door in the library and just kind of like opens it up like shortly after, just like, "Can I get the room key?"
I don't have the keys. Just aggressively like yanks it from Marquise's hand. Thanks.
Yep.
Anyways. Well then, how are we going to divvy up the rooms?
And he said there's 3 beds per room. Well, I don't exactly need a bed anyways, but
Well,
we've got plenty.
yes, you're right.
I don't particularly have a preference for whoever I sleep with.
I'm also
I'm
fine with
sorry,
whoever.
what?
In the rooms.
Sleeping in the same room with. Marquise, out of all of us, I thought your mind would be the least out of the gutter, but would be the most out of the gutter. So,
I've lived for a very long time. Every once in a while,
Yes,
it slips out.
Well, that's very fair. So, who wants to sleep where?
I'll sleep in a bed.
Yes, O'Reilly, we do have beds.
All right, Arilo, then you get pick first. Which room do you want to go into?
We have rooms 3 and rooms 4.
I'll sleep in room 3. 4 is an unlucky number.
I see. He wants to sleep in room 3. I'm not entirely sure which one Yorn is in, considering none of these keys are actually labeled. So, where the rest of you want to go?
Where would you like to go?
I guess I'll go 3 then.
And then I guess me and Morgoth will go 4, because that'll make
That's
it even.
fine with me.
Okay, that is settled. And I guess I will just take the room that whichever one Yorn's not in to even it out. Okay, well, I think it is best we go, so let's head off to our rooms and get some rest.
Yo, who's gonna see Yorn's underoos?
Hey, yo.
I'm kind of hoping it's Vanessa again.
Oh my gosh.
Johnny's like, oh no.
Oh no.
Morgoth at the thought of this is like, oh
Okay,
god, wait. Maybe I made
once
the wrong
again,
decision.
remind me, so it's Ugg and Arilo going in room 3, right?
Yeah.
And then,
Yes.
Okay. So, y'all end up walking over to the rooms, and as you get there, as you get to the rooms, you see both rooms, and you notice that room 4 is cracked open, and Marquise just kind of like opens it, and upon looking inside, he goes, "Well, it seems our friend is kind of knocked out in there, so well, enjoy room 4 here, Vanessa and Morgoth.
Okay, then.
As for me, I will join the other 2 in room 3." And he takes a couple steps to the side, and he then puts the key and unlocks room 3, and he goes, "Well, after you 2," as he points for Ugg and Arilo to go in.
Thank you, Marquise. Walks in.
And-
Walk in.
Yep. And for you 2, the key is with Yorn, so ensure that we get the key back in the morning, because I only paid for 1 night.
All right, sure thing.
Of course. Well, good night, you 2.
That Marquise.
Yep. And he turns and he just he turns, walks in the door, and closes it.
All right, Morgoth goes in the room.
And so, you'll go in. You have a nice and peaceful night in which you get much needed rest. Go ahead and hit your long rest,
Yeah.
or you will be waking up the next morning at 5:30 a.m. Seriously, some of you have to go to work at like 6 or 6:30. So like I don't know why you're still up. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Me just like
y'all are gonna kill me.
looking at the clock.
Yep. So, you end up waking up the next morning.
Mm.
It's nice and peaceful. We're gonna start with Vanessa and Moragath. Both of you kind of wake up around the same time. As one of you waking up, the other one starts to wake up as well, and both of you notice that Yorn is not currently present in the room.
Oh no.
The door is slightly open.
Oh no.
You notice that like all well, he didn't really have anything on him to begin with, but you notice that he left nothing in the room.
Oh. Right.
You don't think he bailed on us, right?
I don't think so. I don't.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. However, there's still that slight worry with the whole Frobo incident.
Yeah. Let's go see if we can find him.
Yep.
Mm-mm. So I get up and get dressed and start to walk out.
Yep. So, get your stuff, start walking out. Tune over to the next room, where Ugg and O'Rilo, both of you start waking up, and both of you notice that Marquise is missing.
Maybe he went off to the bar. What do you think? Arilo?
Probably.
Ugg starts like gathering up his stuff, and then he starts heading out.
Yep. Y'all head out, and as soon as y'all head out, you end up in the hallway where you meet up with Moragath and Vanessa.
Vanessa just kind of looks at the rest of the party. She's like, "Was Marquise in the room with you guys when you woke up?"
No, he was not in here when we woke up. Was Yorn in there when you guys woke up, or?
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, no.
They probably went off to talk.
Probably.
Possibly. We'll have to see.
So, all of you end up walking out to the main tavern area, where you see Yorn and Marquise sitting there with a huge. It's like they got a huge table full of food, essentially, almost as much food as the previous night. But you also notice that Jafar is sitting there at the table. Marquise notices all of you, and you just see him kind of do a little wave, and he goes, "Hello, friends. Come, sit. We've got some breakfast before we head off."
Good morning.
Yes,
quick
good morning,
question.
everyone.
Really quick question, because I'm a noob.
Mhm.
I hit the take a long rest button because I forgot to. I just did it.
Yeah.
Do I have to hit confirm?
Yes.
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 Got it. Ah, thank you. Cool. Thanks. Sorry.
Yep. Well,
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning,
yes,
Jafar.
we saw Jafar a few minutes ago, right before we ordered. So, he sat down with us, and we've had a quite interesting conversation. Yes. Jafar. Jafar, of course, yesterday you were talking about how you were looking for a map of the surrounding desert area and everything. He started telling us a little more about the library in Agrabah and like how grand it was. You want to tell them a little more about that?
Yes, the only information I have is from the librarian next door, but he had quite a bit to say. It is massive. 4 or 5 times the size. Some rooms as big as the one next door alone. They have books from all over galore. They've got maps, which is obviously my interest, but their maps department, call it a department. Their maps department is vast, and basically said if there's a map of it, that library will have it. I've also heard that they have a great section on magical items and things that may interest Yorn over here. The best in the land.
Oh.
The largest in the land.
Huh.
How about me?
Sorry. Yes. Yes, you. Please finish eating first.
You don't want me?
You said there's something magical?
I'm also intrigued.
There is a section on magical items and magical schools, learning transcripts on how to learn certain spells, etc. Very large. In fact, the largest in Galore, according to this man. Obviously, remains to be seen. But I know after yesterday, talking to Yorn, that he seemed very interested in magic. So, that. Yes. Excuse me. that was in character, by the way.
I see you are in fact enjoying your drink. I'm not sure if my tea has ever made me do that before, but I see you're enjoying it very much.
Jafar covers his face in pain. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
Jafar secretly spiked his tea while no one was looking.
Or he just always, all along, actually was putting drugs in his tea.
Oh my god.
I'm on to you. I'm on to you, Marquise. No, kidding. I'm really embarrassed. Cover my face and say excuse me. That's all I got.
Well, that's okay.
That's all he's got.
Other, and I can keep ad-libbing if you want. I've also heard their section on mythical creatures of great power is quite vast as well. Great documentation and pictures, actually. Artwork of these great beasts that have seen dragons, ogres, centaurs, other mythical creatures. And
you say?
picture book. Yes, you could say that. Picture books. Are you interested in picture books, Yorn?
I mean, it depends what's in them. I mean, if it's magic, then yes.
Yes, I'm with my goblin friend on that. Anything magic
If you're
something
talking about fairy tales, such as Blue Riding Hood, I'm not exactly
Blue Riding Hood.
I'm not exactly a fan of those.
I mean, you could have just said like blue walking cloak, like
blue. What's riding? What's another thing? Like blue running.
that's what
blue
I said.
running pants.
Yes, blue riding pants and the werewolf.
Yes,
Yes.
apple bottom
What?
jeans.
That's
with
what.
fur, you know?
Yes, Blue Riding Hood, one of my childhood favorites.
My
No.
favorite is the the lich and the artist.
I'm sorry.
What?
Then
Yeah,
whatever
what
I
is it?
love.
The waffle talks too? Can you speak up?
My favorite is the knight, the lich, and the artist.
Huh.
Yes.
Interesting.
Since we're talking about favorite books, my favorite book. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. Could I do that? Someone else talk.
See, here's the thing: is like we don't know what you want to do.
Someone else talk. I'm out of ad libs.
Well,
Someone else take over.
all of you should probably eat pretty soon. The food
Yes,
is kind
I'm-
of getting cold.
I'm going to sit down and eat.
Yes,
I-
the spread
Yes.
looks amazing.
I thought we were already starting to eat.
I know.
I
I
kinda
know.
figured we were
Yorn is enjoying himself. Sorry.
Cool.
What is,
So y'all eat.
what is he doing? He's projecting.
Nom 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 nom.
Wait,
nom, nom.
yes, you have fun eating. You are you are enjoying your meal,
Yes,
You
I
are.
am. Thank you.
and as you finish meal,
I'm s-
you
Rock fall, everyone die.
I'm sorry, narrator. What?
you all finish meal and you feel very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to report that our narrator's been replaced by a caveman. And if
Fire!
and all,
Fire!
No.
Rock!
and all points bulletin is put out for Johnny 9. If you've seen this man,
Fire, rock.
99 has been
rock.
replaced with.
with Ugg. Oh wait, we have an Ugg. Darn it! Doug. No, that's not really a caveman name.
Call him Gur.
We have Ong.
Ung? Wait, what did you say, Alex?
I
Call him
said
what? Gur? Yes, so he's been replaced by a caveman named Gur.
Is Gerd the long lost cousin of Gore?
Perhaps. Who's asking?
Yes, yes, he's a teal slime, actually.
Oh gosh.
Oh man. Okay.
Anyways,
Gosh, I love you guys. This is fun.
and we love you too, Jafar.
Thanks. Thanks. Excuse me. That one was out of character.
Was that okay?
Okay, so you end up finishing your meal and everything, and as you start to reach the end of the meal, you then see Jordan kind of like turn around real quick. He's got a spoon in his mouth. Turns around, he looks and he sees the window, and he's just and he puts down the spoon, swallows really quickly, and he goes, "Sorry, it's starting to get bright
Out
out.
with
We
it!
need to go. We need to go if we're gonna get there before the sun's gonna be blazing."
Yes, the sun is hot in the desert, and it's a skip, hop, and a jump through a part of the desert to get to Agrabah, according to my directions.
Yes, so we should probably head off very soon.
Believe it or not, I agree with the goblin.
Yes. Thank you. So do we all need to go? We probably need to go. Look, I want to go check out this library and the festival that's happening tomorrow.
We should make sure we've returned our keys before we head out.
Marquise, do you still have your key? Of course. Can I have the key, please? I guess. Here you go. Thank you. And you see Jorn get up. He runs all the way up there, slaps it on the counter, and says, and runs back and goes, "Okay, let's go."
Hope everyone has all their stuff. Let's go.
Have him run out the door. No? Okay.
Okay, are y'all coming?
Yes.
Yes, we're coming.
Okay, good. I'm gonna wait in the cart and runs out the door.
Quite urgent,
Alright.
that little fella.
Why?
When it comes to magic items and magic in general, he gets like that.
I
Yes,
can
and-
understand that as someone who is a collector of such. I just
Yes.
hope he doesn't hurt himself.
I hope he doesn't either. I need someone to help me find out what cool magic stuff I can get.
Well, Jafar
Good
gets up
way.
and starts to walk out.
Morgoth follows Jafar.
Jafar quickly. I lied. Let me. I lied. Jafar takes 3 gold pieces out of his pouch and leaves it on the table. Then walks away. There we go.
Morgoth no longer follows Jafar.
Wait a minute. That is for the bartender.
Goes to walk to the door, to the cart.
Yeah, no, I just walked up to the cart. I didn't take any money. I just went to the cart.
Oh, okay. Well, I was meant to say that I did that first, but I could have gone back. Sure, that works. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's fine. You're right. I go, oh, and then I turn around and do that. Yeah, we'll go with your version. Continue.
All right, cool. Is everyone ready? Yeah, Morgoth's just
Well,
on the cart.
I know I am ready.
Wait for me, and I run up to the cart because I had done the tip thing. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
don't leave
From-
without me.
Yep.
Jafar
Trust
runs
me,
up
we
to the
would
cart
never.
from here. Good, cool. Appreciate you.
So, does everyone
Well-
have their stuff?
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
seem to be the case.
Jafar
Okay, so we
checks
can go.
in-
We can go. We can go.
Yes.
That's-
tries to check
that's
his
Bjorn.
baggage.
Jafar, you might want to hurry up with checking that baggage.
Oh, Jafar, did you return your key or?
I did. The first thing. I actually. I was ready to go. By the time I met up with Marquise and Yorn in the tavern. But yes, it looks like everything is here. I'm ready to go.
Let's go.
Onward.
And y'all are off.
Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop, clip clop, clip clop.
There's no horses.
It's yeah. It's a quick explanation, Jafar. They use rune magic to drive the car.
I can't wait to see this. Ooh, ooh, that's right. I'm excited. Oh, that's
Yep.
right. This is one of those fancy rune carts. Show me, please. Show me. How does it operate?
Yes, absolutely. Hang on just a minute. So I start casting the instead of the void rune, can I cast the fire rune? Can it go any faster if I cast the fire rune?
I
love
you
the
just have to
idea.
cast any. You just have to cast any rune.
Okay.
Just-
Okay.
Have him
Yeah.
find that out the natural way.
You just cast.
No, no,
He'd be
no,
like, I
no.
tried fire rune. He's like,
he,
nothing happens.
but he has. That's the thing.
Oh.
There's been multiple runes that have been casted on it. It's all yeah.
In fact, I was probably trying to cheat by giving my cart a nitro booster. So, you
So
know,
yeah.
Moving on.
man, I can't wait to have an artificer character.
I happen to know an artificer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good things. Like to meet them someday. Either way,
Maybe we will make that happen.
absolutely. Now to Agrabah.
On to Agrabah. And so, the party travels south for a little while. They do in fact start to feel the desert sun start to scorch on them a bit after they travel for a few hours, and almost wasting through their entire water supply trying to make it there. As the closer they get to Agrabah, they realize the hotter the desert seems to be. And then eventually, after they reach what seems about a mile or two away, just over a sand dune, they do in fact see the grand city of Agrabah. I think that's it over there. Is that it?
Wow. Jafar sort of like covers his eyes slightly from the sun as it clearly is glistening off the some of the structures are shiny and gold and it's like blinding, so I kind of cover my eyes a little bit and say, I think that's it. Right?
Sorry, I'm laughing because your mic peaked for like a second.
Sorry.
No, this is I took it as like he was yelling at you.
I'm trying to speak over him. I think that's it. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm matching his energy.
Absolutely. Yes, I believe that's it. I hope that's it. I'm very hot.
I hope it's it as well.
Hope it's it because I want cool armor.
Ooh, what if there's cool armor there?
I hope there is.
Well,
Find a
it's.
map.
I mean, we'll find out when we get there. I mean, there's a huge
Absolutely.
festival happening tomorrow.
That's right, the festival. That's tomorrow or
yeah.
is it today because we stayed the night?
It was 2 days away.
Mm.
Yeah, so
It will
Cool,
be
thanks.
tomorrow.
so it's tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep, another time check. That's all. Continue.
So, but before we get there, like I know I'm a little antsy to get there and everything, but we do in fact need some type of plan. You know, what are we going to be doing once we get there? Because Agrabah is really big, and I don't know. The first time I entered Hestia, first off, Hestia is not even near as the size of this. I mean, this thing almost doubles it in size, and well, because of that, if we don't have a plan going in, we're probably gonna get lost very quickly. Because
Nice.
I mean, Javar, you said you've never been, right?
No, I have not. In fact, I plan to spend the day getting the lay of the land and instead of getting lost trying to find the library right away. I'd like to know my way around. It looks massive. Jafar looks honestly sort of amazed as he sees it in the distance, but realizes that they're still like a couple miles away. But it's like this big. I'm holding up. It's big. So I'm sort of almost like overwhelmed. I looked overwhelmed how I'm like, wow, it might be difficult finding what I'm looking for.
Yeah. There's a lot. And you notice, like, as you're getting closer, you notice this huge tower in the middle of the city. It's got like you see like a bell at the very top of it, and you start to as you start to get closer, you can almost see like this like gold design kind of like go down the sides of the tower. It spirals all the way around, and you can't really see what the design itself, like, you can't see exactly what it is, but it looks like this huge spiral of just a gold trim going all the way down the tower from both sides, creating almost like this huge, like, golden swirl. It's almost like a golden
Double
candy
helix?
cane in some way. That's the best way to put it, actually.
It's a double helix like DNA.
Yeah. And it goes all the way down the
Nice.
tower. It goes all the way down the tower, and you can barely see the roof, where you could see a huge glass dome where the tower meets in with the building. But other than that, you cannot see from inside the walls, as the walls are massive. Massive stone, what looks like probably sandstone bricks, basically covering the entire outer wall. As you start to arrive to the gate, you see gold pretty much everywhere. Like, there's a huge trim from the what's the word? The upper wall. I can't remember now. It's like on the tip of my tongue. I can't.
What is it? What are you trying to-
Ramparts?
The ramparts, yes.
Really?
Yeah. On the
I
ramparts.
can read his mind, guys.
Yeah, it's great. So, yeah. You know what, Jafar? We should try that out someday. You know, on the count
Yeah.
of 3, let's both say what we're thinking in our minds. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Jeez!
Ah, see, perfect, amazing. Wow, that actually worked. Okay, cool. So,
What? Bro, get out of my head! I was only kidding!
No.
scared.
What is happening?
I don't know. Okay, but as you go up, you see the you see gold trims around all around the ramparts. I mean, there's just gold everywhere. It seems like unlimited amounts of gold basically around the sandstone bricks and everything. And you start to get closer, and you see even the archway for the gate itself is even just the whole thing is just essentially gold. You start to arrive closer, and Yorn kind of like leans over to Morgoth's like, what if they stop us at the gate? What are we gonna tell them?
I don't know, but getting arrested would be one way to get into the city.
What
don't-
did you have in mind?
I don't think I want to get arrested.
Well, then I have flamethrower for that. No, I'm only kidding. We'll talk our way through it, and I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right. Okay.
And
I
do you have a
shouldn't
passport?
be I didn't even know this city existed. Well, kind of. I don't know. I heard stories,
Then
but
why would they need passports if nobody knows this place exists?
that's a good point. I don't know.
Either way, we should be fine, Yorn.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay.
We'll deal with whatever comes when we get there.
Yes. Yeah. I'll let you do all the talking.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, feel free to chime in whenever. I look back to Vanessa and I'm like, Vanessa, I'm probably gonna need your help with this one. You're the talker of the
Kind of
group.
nods.
Oh, let's do this.
So you arrive at the gate, and as you arrive at the front gate, you see it. You see that the gate itself, you see that it's got like a metal. It's basically a metal grate as the gate, and you see it closed, and you notice on the other side of the gate is a wagon of people. It's a wagon, and it's got about 3 or 4 people on it. It's empty, and they're kind of sitting there, and you see them almost like arguing, but you can't hear what they're saying on the other side of the gate. And one of the guards walks up and he goes, "Excuse me, is there any business you have within the city of Agrabah?"
Jafar chimes in. Why, yes, there is. I'm here to purvey your vast library. Searching for a map or maps. What about you guys, Maragath, Vanessa, or
I'm with you.
Bjorn? Well,
I'm here to see the many wonders of Agrabah. I've heard so many good things. I'm also going to be purveying the library, so.
We also heard about the festival that's coming up.
Oh, I see. Here, more people for the festival. Got it. And he turns around. Okay, we've got more Strocks coming in.
What did you call me,
Yes.
sir?
Did you just call us schmucks?
No, it's a long story, but Schrock is essentially people who are coming in and out of the city for like trade purposes, festivals, merchant stuff.
Okay.
Long story short,
Tourists.
I guess tourist is the right word.
Basically tourists. Okay. All right, I thought you were insulting us, but I mean, I wouldn't have said anything otherwise.
I think he was Maragath. Sorry.
Well, I don't really care.
Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Okay. And you see the gates start to open, and as it opens, it starts to. You can get a better look inside, where it gives you this it gives you like basically this better shine. The sun starts to shine a little better, kind of reflecting off the metal grating, and kind of blinds you a bit as it's going up. And what?
Ah.
Wait a minute. What?
What's wrong?
I get a notification on Windows that my OBS disconnected?
You're still streaming. Oh.
Whoa.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Why am I not streaming? I was like, am I not streaming in Discord anymore?
No, you're still. I'm still looking right at it.
Okay, yeah, apparently it just randomly stopped. OBS stopped.
The only thing I don't see
streaming.
is the map. That's it.
Oh yeah, well that's because I gotta press this button.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, your channel is not live at the moment.
okay, it's telling me reconnection successful.
I'll refresh.
But the main thing is, are you still recording?
Yes, I'm still recording.
Okay. well,
You're
that's
live again.
Okay, cool. There we go. Hey, welcome back. Sorry, something weird happened.
Technical difficulties. I
Yeah,
guess.
technical difficulty. But
I was really about to make a joke of like this is gonna be like a mall where it's like they've got the kiosk set up for like just the map of the place.
yeah, so you end up walking in, or you start riding in a little bit, and you see the metal grate essentially lift, allowing you to enter. As you enter, you see another wagon make their way out. You kind of get a look at the other people, and you can almost make the assumption that they were dropping off stuff. So as you head inside, you end up inside the gates. You look around, you see the big grand building you saw from outside with the huge tower. Upon looking at it, you see multiple like archways, kind of around. You see sandstone bricks essentially forming almost every building around. This entire place is just full of it looks like the desert. Every single building almost blends in with each other. But the main thing that differentiates them is the types of gold designs. You actually notice that at one of the shops there, the sign itself has it's a wooden sign, but it has a gold trim of a book on it, and on top of the actual thing itself, you see that there are two gold, like basically trims like along the top, the edge of the roof there on that building. And if you look over on the left, you'll end up seeing a little bit, kind of like an open area where you see a couple stalls are set up, and right behind it is what looks like to be a blacksmith forge. And the blacksmith forge and the blacksmith forge, the forge itself is of a darker stone. You're not entirely sure what it is exactly, but you see that the actual building itself is made out of sandstone, and you notice that the sign itself has the picture of an anvil, gold trimmed on a wooden sign, but you notice that there are 3 gold trims along the outer edge of the roof. And you make your way in, you're kind of looking around, and you see that huge building that you saw from outside. You see a bunch of people, a couple in robes, but a couple others. A lot of them looking like some type of scholar, looking like scholars. They've got a scholarly look, walking in and out of them, and you notice a couple of them holding books as they're walking their way out. And like as you start to see this, you're just like, it's that
them holding scrolls.
A couple of them are in fact holding scrolls.
Cool.
But like as you start to see that, you notice Yorn just like, is that the library? This thing's about half as big as the city is.
Oh, this is going to be fun for all of us.
That's gonna be a lot of stairs, isn't it?
Yes, but there's probably a lot of magic behind
Yeah,
the
you
stairs.
notice just on the front of the building, there's about, what you could roughly estimate about 100 stairs leading up to the ground floor.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. It is.
Oh, that's a lot of stairs.
It's a lot of stairs.
Well, before we go to the Grand Library, can I make a stop at the armor, at the forge over there? Yes, that's what it is.
I'm sure.
If that's what you want to do,
If that's what everyone wants to do, then
I mean,
everyone
there
is
are.
okay with that.
I mean, there are a couple stalls set up, so we could probably, I could probably look to see if they got anything there before we head to the library, anyway. So
I'm gonna go. I will. What other? Jafar looks around to see what other types of stores he can see. There was one with a book sign, right? And
there was in fact a bookshop that you noticed on the side there to your right as you came in.
Are there any? Jafar surveys the area for any other types of stores.
You see, of course, general stores and things like that. You notice there was a store with the picture of a potion, like some type of like it was basically a bottle with a liquid. What it looked like, so you could assume it's probably some type of magic shop in some way.
Alchemy.
Yeah, more with alchemy and stuff. Yeah. So you had that. You noticed some stables, and it had a sign with a horseshoe on it. So it was probably a stable where you can maybe buy a horse or something. Other than that, you don't really notice anything in the first area, other than all of that.
They have stables. I hope they have horses for sale. That will make our trek. That will make traversing the desert much easier.
Hopefully, there's some places with some light armor, and Ugg just kind of like looks at his like pretty worn like light armor.
Ah, ugh, I see you and I are thinking the same thing.
Probably about for an upgrade.
I think for the sake of not getting lost, I'll stick with you guys for now.
Okay.
But I have interest in checking out that potion shop later.
Absolutely. We'll go check that right after the forge if you'd like.
Fantastic.
Well, all of that sounds nice. And you see Marquise kind of like hop off the back real quick. You hear, the loud thud as he hits the ground and the clanking of metal, and he goes, "Well, all of you are heading off, going around and checking out stores and everything. I'm going to be looking for some type of inn to maybe get us a room for the night, because, well, we do plan on staying here for the night, so..."
Here, wait, Marquise. Actually, why don't we do that first? I kind of agree with him. Let's go look for an inn. We can come back and look at the stores. I need Marquise's money. I'm sorry, Marquise. I promise you, I will pay you back in some fashion.
What happened to all the jewels and money you made on our last adventure?
Oh, yes, about that.
You see, they spent it all already.
That was just 2 weeks ago, guys.
On armor and weapons. Magic.
You then get a look at... wait, is Rilo still wearing the armor?
Yeah, Rilo's still wearing the armor.
I'm about to
You
say.
then-
His armor.
you then
I
look
gave it
at-
to him.
Yeah, you look
The
at
dwarven
Arilo's
plate.
pristine armor.
Mm-hmm. Him or me? Who?
You see... Jafar sees Arilo's pristine armor as you're starting to talk about it. And Ugg's new bow and arrow.
You do seem to be carrying some new hardware there, Rilo. Or new
And this
rags.
breaksword.
Whatever you want to call it. Fantastic. And I see Morgoth. I did actually notice, though didn't put two and two together, that that dagger that Johnny needs to tell him about.
Yes. Actually, I did change the name. It's called
Oh, do I need to refresh? The page?
The
Yeah, refresh
oh,
the page.
oh, you saw the oh yeah.
Yeah, I
I,
didn't change the name before.
I finally told him description, like what it does and everything, but
The Shadow's
yeah.
Dagger. You did show me that Shadow's Dagger earlier. Yes. Did you
Yes.
buy that?
No, I actually had to fight off a bunch of shadows for that,
I'm gonna stop
As-
guessing things.
as did the party. Yes, it was laid in a magical trap. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
We have magical jewels we can sell. Oh, we have jewels we can sell.
Magical jewels, you say?
Well, not I don't know if they're magical jewels, but they came in the same box as the knife, so.
I would like to see those. I have plenty of money if that's what you're looking for.
All right. Here, hang on. Let me see if I can find it.
Maybe after we find the inn.
Oh, yes. I meant after we go to
Eventually.
the end. But yes. Yes.
You hear the metal clanking once again, and then Marcus walks up and he goes, "Well, while all of you were talking, I did go over to the stalls over there and to the blacksmith, and unfortunately, they said they are closed for today as they are preparing for tomorrow's festival. Apparently, every store here, every store in the main market is actually closed for today."
Oh, how come?
Oh.
I guess
fine.
that just means that we could just look around, see what all's where, and get our
Well,
way, get our bearings.
One of them,
Who just said that to us? Was it Guard that just said that to
No,
us?
Marquise.
That was Marquis.
Oh, Marquise. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. He walked off, did that, and came back.
Well,
So,
why don't we find the inn
Um,
and then go find the library? We'll go to
yes,
the library.
it is probably best we find it in. So, let's go find it. And Marquise starts marching away.
And I start pulling the cart behind him.
And
Guard continues to look fascinated by the cart. Man, that thing is cool.
This thing just moves on its own without a horse.
What kind of
What?
witchcraft is
Rune magic witchcraft.
fantastic?
That's what I said myself when I first figured out this existed.
Convenient for sure.
I'm pretty sure it was Yorn that taught me how to drive.
David kind of, sorry. Let's pretend
Wrong
I
person.
didn't do that. That's my name. Jafar looks, kind of cocks his head and looks confused and says, "He did he?"
Yes.
I mean, I kind of did. I'm more of just.
You gave me the basics of it.
I basically told him to do a thing, and he did it after about 30 tries.
Yeah, weren't we like about to wreck the cart or something?
Yes, you were about to wreck the cart.
Ah, yes, and I finally took control at the last second.
Yes.
Now I know how to drive it just fine. So,
Mm-hmm.
all
Were
is
we
well that
on
ends
the way to save the princess when that was the case?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. It probably would
Oh,
have been
that
better
was
to learn how
fun.
to drive before that.
I remember when Aiden took down like 6 or 7 guys with that one serpent's fang. It was awesome. Sometimes I miss him. Sometimes I don't, though. I'm just kidding. I miss Caden. But either way.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
time to go. Let's continue to look for this inn.
and you're kind of just coasting along, and you hear Marquise, as he's walking and looking around, he's just, you hear him just kind of yell loud enough so you could hear, and it's just like, so, while I was talking to the blacksmith, he gave me a few directions about where the festival will be held. Apparently, it's going to be held pretty much in the first area, so pretty much down this street that we're walking now, and he said it's going to end about 3 buildings down from where the tavern is down here. He didn't give me the greatest directions on where the tavern is, but it should be around here. Oh, I think this is where it is. Basically, he just stops in front of the wagon, forcing you to halt it very quickly. And he goes,
Okay.
he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. It does seem it is right here." And you look and you see a tavern sign, kind of, like hanging out from an alley. Like it's just like you can't really from where the sun's hitting it, you can't really see. It's just a dark alley in the middle, like just in the middle of the street, essentially.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh boy, this is
Oh,
this looks like
Wait.
a tough neighborhood.
Quite shady, actually.
Yeah. Is this
Oh, that's fine. We've been in shadier.
is their only option?
Well,
Oh boy.
technically it's not our only option. He did mention about a few others across town, but I thought that this might be the best case scenario, considering it's going to be right here near the festival. He said the other ones are pretty much across town, and most tourists tend to go to those, but they have to walk across town and then typically get lost, and some other things may happen that he mentioned that I don't feel like mentioning.
Excuse me, please mention them.
Yes. I would also like to hear what this
You
is.
can't just be leaving out details now.
Okay, well, I don't want to bring bad news, but apparently tourists get robbed here pretty often.
Ooh.
Oh, that's okay. I have a knife that can summon a demon, so I'm not really scared of a robber.
Yeah.
I mean, that is true, but I still don't want any type of ruckus to happen, so I thought this might be a better solution.
Well, there won't be a ruckus. I'll do it quietly.
Stab them quietly.
And then I'll have the shadow smother them to death.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get kind of dark sometimes. I apologize for that.
You're my favorite, little tiefling.
Little tiefling?
It's
Tieflings
tiefling.
are small, right? Is it really tiefling?
Yeah.
It's tiefling.
It is I before
That's
E.
funny.
Okay, well.
And halflings are the small ones. Tieflings are half demons.
You're my favorite. Tiefling. Well, just tiefling. Then.
It's okay. You're one of my favorites too, Magic Man.
Magic Man. I like that. Don't you forget it.
I never will.
Jafar winks at Maragoth.
I wink and do like a smirk back. Let's yes, I guess we'll pick the shady establishment. Make sure you bring everything inside from the carts.
Definitely not my taste, but
It's not much of
I
mine.
think splitting up at this point might be a guaranteed getting lost in this place.
Absolutely. We don't want anyone to get mugged.
Moment of
You'll talk
silence
about
for the
splitting up,
rabbits.
but you do realize that Marquise he's already walked down the alleyway, right?
Yeah, Marquise is special.
Ah, great. Well, yes, Marquise is.
I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't
Bad
like this
Mama
place
Gemma.
either, but I mean, I don't know. So far, Marquise he's had a good judgment of. I mean, he has good judgment.
Mhm.
So
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, I don't really care. I have a knife, summon a shadow, a big
That's it.
sword.
that's
I have a
good
magical
Mark was among
staff,
me.
magical ring,
And I also,
magical eyeball. I'm set.
I was
Sorry.
going to say, no, you're fine. I was gonna say, and I also have a giant sword on my back, and no money.
Hopefully, I can help you with that later.
Yes, you and Marquise one. It would be welcome either way. I'll pay you back somehow. But all right. Well, I guess let's go in and see if we can get some rooms.
Okay. So
Fine.
you all kind of, you park the cart somewhat close to the alleyway, and you start, you grab everything, head inside, and you end up like heading down the alleyway, and at the very end of the alleyway, you see a door. And as you get toward the end of this dark alleyway that looks pretty much like a dead end, You then, upon approaching the door, it just opens almost automatically, and you don't notice a person from your angle. You walk up to it and you get closer, and then right as you enter the door, you see that there is a gnome. There's a gnome standing behind the door, just holding it open, using a rope attached to the doorknob.
Jafar just puts his hand on his face and goes, "Oh, please, no."
Morgan is on the verge of tears and trying to hold back a laugh. I see. Thank you.
And the gnome just kind of stares at you as you pass. Not a
Apparently we
word,
walk
just
in.
staring at you as he's holding the door open.
I kind of just pat its head as I walk past. Very, very, very condescendingly. That's nice,
just-
dear.
You just hear Morgan just cracking up a little bit in the back of it. She's like,
So
Where
You walk
is
inside.
your owner?
This first room that you're in is what you can assume is the tavern part of it. There's 2 tables inside. It is a little bit smaller. There's a door to the right just before you get to the bar. Just before you get to the bar counter, there's a door that it's slightly open, and you can see shelves of what looks like to be food and other things in there. And of course there's a door behind the bar itself. There's a small door behind that, and by small I mean small.
What's small?
gnome size?
Gnome size small.
No, what is this? I spaced.
It's a small door behind the
door.
bar. You can see the
dome-sized
very
door.
top of it as you start walking inside. And then on the left side you see a kind of a divot in the wall, almost leading down into a hallway. And
Oh, okay.
you kind of get a look around the room, and all of you end up entering, and then you hear the door close. And as you hear the door close behind you, you get a glance and you see that the piece of rope that was holding the door it's gone, and the gnome isn't there either. And then from the direction of the bar you hear,
Oh gosh.
and then from the direction of the bar, it's just, well, it's nice to see that I have new patrons. Hello, everybody. And you see, very, just popping up, just from behind the bar.
Yes, give us the image.
Hello! It's nice to see all of you. I see I have new patrons.
Hello.
And he just sits there.
Well,
Jafar kind of just stands with his arm crossed. Clearly, doesn't seem amused with gnomes.
Can I help you with anything?
Yes, we'd like some
Probably.
rooms,
Probably
please.
not. Sorry.
Some runes, you say? Some rooms? Okay. How many rooms do you need?
How many of us are there? 6?
How many can fit in a room?
Yes, how many can fit in a room?
How many fit? I mean, I've been told you could fit about 20 people, but I only have 2 beds in each room.
How many gnomes can you fit in a room? Can
20.
we find out?
Jafar.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, we're trying to get some type of rooms here, okay? I don't want the gnomes kicking us out. I just whisper. I whisper to him. I get it. I understand your suspicions, but I mean,
I've
I've
had a bad run in them on more than one occasion.
okay. That makes more sense, but it's okay. We're all tall people. We can just kick them.
It's true. It's quite fun.
I'm sure it is. I've never gotten the privilege to drop kick a gnome.
Oh my gosh! The moment you get a chance, take it.
Absolutely will. But not now. Either way. I'm still trying to like stifle a laugh. Anyway.
Jafar turns away, just so that the gnome can't see his face or my mouth moving.
Yeah, so there are what, like 6 of us? 4.
I swear, if these
Yeah,
rooms
I
are
actually start like
gnome-sized.
I actually start to like count on my fingers. Who do we have? We have Marquise, Yorn, Jafar, Vanessa, Rilo.
Jafar mumbles to himself, I swear if these rooms are freaking gnome-sized.
There's me. Why did it have reverb?
I want to know that too, actually.
Why was he laughing in reverb?
I
There's
guess
more
I
than
bumped-
one.
I guess I bumped the effects. I don't know.
There's what, 7 of us?
Laugh and reverb.
Yeah, there'd
There
be
are
7
in
of us.
fact 7 of us, yeah.
Oh, so 7 people. I'm assuming like what, 4 rooms?
Yep, someone gets their own.
There are 3 or 4 rooms.
4.
4 preferably.
Okay, 4 rooms. I can definitely help you with that.
All
Why
right,
does he,
good
why
deal.
does he keep smiling at me? Jafar looks very uncomfortable.
Morgoth looks only slightly less uncomfortable. Just like, all right,
Is
Mark.
he getting closer to my? Is he getting closer to me?
I don't
Jafar,
think so.
Jafar takes a step back.
Okay, cool. So, 4 rooms. Well, that's gonna be one room is 2 gold a night. So, 4 rooms. That's gonna be 8 gold.
Well. Okay then.
Jafar
Mark,
reaches into his pocket, drops 2 gold coins down, kind of just walks away and finds a table to sit down, so he doesn't have to engage any longer.
He must have had a very bad run-in with gnomes. By the way, Marquise, do you mind helping us out with this?
Marquise just walks into like as you like turn to like talk to him, Marquise kind of like walks back in the room from the hallway and he goes, "You know, surprisingly, with looking that this place is run by gnomes, it seems that the rooms are actually quite roomy. You said something.
that's good.
You said something about payment.
It would be about what, 6 gold pieces now?
Yes.
Yes, 6 gold pieces, or 3 rooms.
Oh, I see. Yes, I've got this. Here you go, fine sir. Oh, well, thank you. And he takes the gold pieces. He lifts his hat, puts the gold pieces in. He puts it on his head, puts the hat on, and then he pulls it back off, and you see 3 keys just appear on his head. He grabs them, puts them, and he puts them down onto the counter. And he goes, "And for your friend." He grabs 2 gold pieces, puts it on his head, puts the hat down, pulls it up, and another key appears. He takes it. And he like kind of like holds this one out and goes, "Please give this one to your friend."
Grabs
Okay.
the key and starts walking off to go home.
Jafar on the other side of the room saw this and just kind of shakes his head.
Witchcraft.
Who
These
brought the
little...
key? Who brought the key to me?
Ugh.
Just don't trust them, Ugg. They're never up to any good. But thank you.
Those pin-headed, white-bearded little turds.
They're monsters, all of them.
All they ever do is produce witchcraft out of their little hats. Those stupid little hats.
So much magic.
This
in
is not in
such a small
character, by the way.
package.
I think Jafar's is.
Yep. Sorry, I thought we were.
And
going
Jafar is in character. I'm not. I'm
Sorry,
just
never
like.
mind.
No, I'm
Go
just.
ahead.
I'm like. This is probably what Jafar is thinking right now.
Get out of my head.
Get out of my head, get out of my... You know, it's actually kind of funny because I gained psychic abilities since we talked last time. So yes,
That's
I
kind of cool.
technically could talk to you through your own mind.
Really interesting. I don't believe you. Are we in character right now?
Yes. Yeah, I'll just say yes, actually.
Okay, we're in character.
You don't believe me?
I'd like to see you try.
Alright, so I cast telepathic speech. Because I'm assuming that I'm within 30 feet. And so, I stop moving my mouth completely. And you just like, all of a sudden it feels like all the sound in the room just gets sucked in. It's just like, hello, Jafar. I'm talking in your head right now. This is very interesting, isn't it?
Jafar kind of just stares blankly. Is something supposed to happen?
No, I'm just talking to you. I told you I could do it.
So as you attempt to speak to him, you get no feeling. Like normally when you talk to someone telepathically, you almost feel like a connection into their mind, but with Jafar it feels blank, like there's no one there.
I'm waiting.
What the? It usually works.
You said that audibly, right?
Yes, I did say this audibly.
Should I be feeling something right now?
Yes, as should I, but I don't feel anything. It usually works. I don't know what... Vanessa, doesn't this usually work? Because I usually do this on you.
But it's just like, yeah, it's kind of awkward when you just randomly intrude on my head sometimes.
Well, I usually only do it in, like, combat, but yes. Except that one time I did it to sound edgy and evil. I had a weird time right after my slime kid died, but regardless, I don't know why that's not working. I guess you just have some sort of magical immunity to telepathic communications. Impressive. Most impressive. By the way, I'm going to go set myself in my room.
So, just as you're about to take a step away, you then see from the other side of the table, a gnome pops up.
Oh no.
He jumps up onto the table, and you see him have a very tiny, looks like a little tiny like notebook of what it looks like. And he's got himself pretty much, a pen. He's standing there, and he just goes, "So, is there anything I can help you with? Are y'all planning on ordering anything?" And he stares at you creepily.
My
just
mic
like
was
the
off.
last one.
I was talking. Sorry. I was talking. Nothing was happening. Jafar seems very startled by the sudden gnome in his face, and kind of pushes back his chair and says, "Please, please, out of my face."
Gnomes!
That's been
6 feet, please. About 3 of you. Yes, that much space.
Oh, I see. And you see 2 more of them pop up.
Oh no.
And
They're
you
multiplying.
you see 2 of them pop up, and you see one walk out about 2 feet in front of him, lay down. The next one walks 2 feet in front of him, lays down, where it leaves about 6 inches of space between you and the gnome laying down.
Jafar's eyes are wide open, almost like he can't believe what's happening.
Oh no.
Why me?
Jafar, it's probably just because you stopped talking to the gnome.
I think you're right, Moragoth.
Alright,
yes,
enough
that
of
much.
enough of this gnome business. Let's. Does anyone want anything to eat, or are we good for now?
I mean, I think I'm fine. If the rest of you want to get something that that's fine. I'm just kind of excited. I think
I
I'll
just wanna
probably
go.
eat later.
I'm the exact same way. I want to go to the library.
Yes, that does sound interesting.
And are we another time check?
It's probably about. Let's see. I left. It's probably around. I'd say 11, 12 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Cool. So it's midday.
Yeah, it's midday. Yeah.
So it would be lunchtime.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind getting a small bite to eat before we maybe took a small wander around this part of town, get our bearings first.
The gnome goes, "Well, what would you like to order then?"
What do you have? Jafar kind of looks off to the left while he says it, so he doesn't have to look at the gnome while he's speaking. What do you have?
It just occurred to me that you might have a problem with gnomes. Is this a thing that?
I don't know if I have a problem with gnomes as much as gnomes have a problem with me. And Jafar kind of turns back and looks straight at the gnome's eyes.
And the gnome kind of just smiles at you and he goes, I don't have a problem with you.
Not yet.
I don't have a problem with you. Just give me your soul.
What do you? I'd rather not. I not yet. But you don't concern yourself with my issues. It's too much to talk about.
I see.
Far kind of just looks concerned, like he's thinking about some things that have happened, mulling it over, and then kind of snaps out of it and says, "I'm sorry. I don't care to explain right now, but please, just tell me what you have for what's on the menu."
Of course. Well, pretty much we pretty much have all types of almost anything you could think of here. But
that's helpful.
So some of our specialties are from the local surroundings. We do have a lot of snake meat, so if you want us to cook it up in any way, you can tell us whether you want it fried, grilled, or baked. We do get a lot of that. We just got in a boar the other day, so if you want to have a little bit of that, we can also fix up. We could fix up maybe some bacon, or maybe some just a nice like ham roast or something. Whatever you could think of, we'll probably have it.
I'll take some fried snake bites.
Some fried snake bites, okay?
Something small.
Of course.
Yeah.
Would any of the rest of you like anything?
I guess I'll take the same thing.
Okay, got some more.
I will wait till later, but thank you.
Of course. Okay, so 2 orders of fried snake bites. Cool. That's gonna be 2 copper. Are y'all both paying together?
I'll cover it all.
Okay. Cool. We will get that out very quick. We'll get that as quickly as we can. And you see him hop down from the table. The other 2 gnomes get up. The one that laid right in front of you get up, kind of does like a little wave to you, and then just turns around and waddles off the table.
Jafar cringes. Kind of like bugs were just crawling on him. He kind of
Yeah.
like wipes his body off.
Yeah. And then they disappear, leaving y'all kind of sitting there. And you were just like, well, I'm gonna go with, I'm gonna go and kind of go check out, I'm gonna go check out the rooms.
Oh, sorry. I'll let him finish talking. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go check out the rooms whenever y'all feel like it. I'm a little interested in this library, but I don't know. I'm a little. I don't
This
know.
is
There's some
Yorn.
like weird feeling I was getting when I was coming into the city. Like, I don't know. It almost seems like everything seems like too. What's
Too good
I
to
guess-
be true?
Yeah. I mean, you saw it yourself, right? That the buildings themselves were trimmed in gold. That doesn't normally
odd.
happen.
It is odd to see such a sprawling
Yeah.
metropolis this far out
It's-
in the desert.
And nobody knows about it really. I'm
We
not
know
sure
about it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we heard stories about it essentially. I'm not sure where you came along, but the only reason I heard about it was somebody told me about a festival because they said they were originally from Agrabah. And the problem is when you look on any map, you don't find it. You don't see it anywhere. So
Jafar kind of reacts almost like he's patronizing Yorn, pats him on the head and says, "We're here, aren't we? Maybe keep those little tingly feelings in check." Kind of pats him on the head like, "That's nice, dear." That Yorn's concerned at all. Basically writes it off like he's being paranoid or etc.
okay, I was just given a few things to think about. I'm
Uh,
gonna go. I'm
Morgoth
gonna
is
go
like,
and
I
rest
will
up a
take
little
that into
more.
consideration.
We've been traveling a lot the last couple days. I think I'm gonna rest up for a while.
I might
There's
just
not
do
really
the
a lot to look at with a lot of the shops closed today,
Mm.
so it's probably best that like we would just rest up and get ready for the stuff tomorrow because there's probably a lot that's gonna happen. Because if I'm
Right.
correct, and you see him pull out the flyer once again, he goes, "It says it's supposed to last 3 days."
Right.
So there's probably a lot to do if it's going to last 3 days. So,
Well,
Well,
then I
for-
guess I'm.
If it's gonna last for 3 days, I'm kind of relaxing today then.
yeah, it's probably best if we do.
I would also agree with that. So, how are we going to divvy up the rooms? I'd say let's go ahead and do that now.
Well, I'll take a room with Marquise then. If that's okay with the rest of you.
Yes, that's fine. So, who wants to go with who?
What room numbers do we have, Johnny?
Does
You
anyone
have the only 4 rooms in there.
Oh, we have the only 4 rooms.
Nobody's staying in this freaking inn. I don't blame them.
I don't
get-
blame them either.
Nope.
They have 4 rooms. So
I goes and like tries to get the first room key and then goes into the first room.
Okay.
Um,
Margaret, that's
Yeah, Vanessa, where do you want to stay?
Doesn't really matter to me.
It doesn't really matter to me either.
So I guess we'll just stay together then.
That's fine. So I guess we'll just pick up a random key and go that way.
Yep.
And so y'all head to your rooms.
Yep.
Where you will spend the next day resting, I suppose. Anything
Yes.
else y'all are trying to do?
No.
Any rituals through the night? Any, like, random things you want to try to do?
Yes, Jafar wants to go down and kidnap the gnomes and put them in bags while they're sleeping.
Who says the gnomes sleep?
Oh gosh, that's a good point. They don't.
Jafar
Will
just got all
Jafar be
these-
sleeping?
Am I? I think so. Should I not be sleeping?
I don't know. I mean, do you want to?
This man got all new levels of scared just for no reason.
I'm like, should I do something else I don't know about? I am a night owl.
You're also an NPC, so.
So then tell me what to do.
Oh no, I just there's nothing else really. I mean, if you want to, I mean, if there's something else, I mean, that's all you. But I was more just pointing out like it was more the fact that he had a fear of gnomes and so yeah.
Will I be sleeping tonight?
Will he be sleeping?
I'll be trying.
He'll be sleeping with both eyes open.
Marquise, normally I would probably take my own room, but do you want to bunk with me tonight? Could use some of your tea. He has tea with him, right?
What?
He has tea with him, right?
Oh yeah, he always has tea.
I know, okay. That's why I like him.
Wait, do you actually
You're
ask Marquise
You're
that?
Marquise, yeah.
Oh,
I'm waiting
okay.
for your response.
Um,
Jafar looks
yeah.
over to Marquis and says, "Do you want to bunk with me tonight? Normally I would go it alone, but I think I'd like to have someone stay with me who doesn't sleep, just in case."
I mean, it sounds fine to me. Let me check in with Yorn first because, well, he did kind of seem a little
Anxious?
enthusiastic to well, he seemed a little anxious from everything, but he also apparently really wanted me to bunk with him for the night. So
Okay.
I don't know. Let me check with him. I mean, maybe he might have the same fears that you do with gnomes and was just hiding at some.
I'm not afraid of gnomes. Just leave me alone, guys.
I'm
he's not
I'm
afraid of
sorry
gnomes.
then. Oh, I'm sorry. It seems there's something else troubling you though, right?
Jafar just kind of turns away.
Yep.
Almost like he didn't even hear him ask the question.
So Marquise walks off, and Marquise walks off, and we finish the night with. Well, the rest of the party doesn't even need to know, anyways. So you basically all of you rest up, spend the night.
Did I get Marquise or not?
I will tell you
Oh.
in DMs.
Uh.
You're an NPC. This interaction they didn't hear anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You understand now. NPC time.
I'm so confused.
NPC high five. NPC high five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so
okay.
confused right now.
I'm
What happened is we let them know a little more information than what we were supposed to because we're NPCs. Cool. Yeah, that's. On to the next day. Da-da-da-da. So.
I'm lost now.
Yeah. In the morning,
I thought you were gonna say in the beginning. I was like, the dude's about to preach from Genesis, dog.
Huh.
Go ahead.
In the morning, there was light.
Oh my god.
Start.
um, actually, no.
It's actually starts with darkness. Yeah.
It's actually pretty dark in the rooms. Yeah, but in the morning, y'all kind of spend the day, I guess, chilling in the tavern or whatever. The next morning, you end up waking up. You know, as you're kind of sitting in the dark room, there's the only real light in there is basically a couple candles that are placed around the room because there's no windows. It's just a dark brick room, almost in a way that you could, you know, if you saw this from the outside, you'd probably think that this was like some jail cell of some sort, just without iron bars and a wooden door.
Oh, great. Fun.
So you end up waking up. It is of course dark in there, so it's a little difficult to tell that it's morning, but you do in fact feel well rested, as the beds were surprisingly spacious and surprisingly comfortable. No, it was not gnomes holding up the bed the entire night, so yes, it was surprisingly comfortable.
Was that a joke I didn't get? Never mind.
So for the party,
Huh.
who wants to go first?
I don't care.
Cool, you're going first then.
Alright,
So-
cool.
Yeah, so Morgoth, you end up waking up, and you notice Vanessa kind of moving like she's waking up, but not quite waking up.
It's just like she's shuffling out, like, around in the bed.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
more. Yeah, she's kind of like shuffling a little bit. More the fact that like she's trying to sleep a bit longer. It seems.
Oh, okay. Well, I get up. I just kind of like do some morning stretches, and I'm actually stretching. But I guess I'm just gonna like put my armor and stuff on.
Okay, so you get ready.
This is I can kind of tell that Vanessa wants to sleep in a little bit, so I guess I'm gonna do that and then just head out.
Okay.
and Take a seat.
So
Well, to see if anybody else is awake first,
Yeah.
but
So you end up heading out, and you shut the door. And as the door shuts, Vanessa, you wake up to the sound of the door shutting.
Just rolls out of bed. Like,
Yes.
yes, this room appears to be empty.
So, what you gonna do?
I'm gonna leave the room.
Okay. Okay, Ugg and Rilo, both of you wake up at the same time because I don't want to go through that again.
they're what?
Ugg and Rilo wakes
Okay,
up
cool.
same time.
Yep. 5 more minutes.
Ugg slowly wakes up and then sees Aurelia like trying to go back to sleep, and is just like, okay, I guess I'll just go outside. So Ugg kind of quietly goes out to the front.
And when you shut the door, Rilo hears the door shut and wakes up.
Okay, get ready and leave the room.
So you all head out into the hallway and start walking up to the front area. You end up noticing that the room in which Marquise and Yorn would last you talked to them, they were staying the night in there, and then you have Jafar's room.
Hello.
In all of you have both of those rooms. You see the doors are in fact open, and when you get a peek inside, you notice nobody's in there. And then you make your way around the corner where it leads to the open area, and you see all of them just kind of sitting down at the table. There's no food on the table or anything, but it looks like they're just having a conversation.
All 3 NPCs?
Yep.
Ah, well, good morning, you three.
Oh, hello, friends. Did y'all sleep
Whatever.
well?
Yes, I slept pretty well, I would say. Did you three get any rest?
Well,
Jafar's eyes are slightly bloodshot.
Oh.
He looks.
he didn't exactly
Tired.
he didn't get a whole lot of rest. He did.
His eyes
He-
kind of just open and close slowly, like he could fall asleep now.
Yes. He did in fact ask me last night to come stay in the room. Since I don't exactly sleep, but I did mention to him that in a way I kind of do. We kind of just go into a dormant state. So I did end up joining him, but with him knowing that, well, it seems that he didn't exactly sleep that much himself.
I got some, but I woke up several times in a cold sweat.
Well, Jafar, if at any time you feel like you need to fall asleep, just go ahead. I'll guard you and make sure there's no gnomes.
What? What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. What'd you say?
Rest your eyes, Jafar. I'll make sure there's no gnomes.
Okay. Yeah. No gnomes.
No gnomes. Just go to sleep.
And then a gnome pops up on the table.
Jafar just
Hey.
jumps.
Hey!
Out of his chair.
Is there anything I can help you with?
God dang it! They're everywhere.
Yeah, you notice that this one is a different gnome from all the others you've seen.
It's like, oh, this is not the best time for you to show up, but
I'm sorry, if this is a bad time, I can leave.
oh no, it's fine. We'll just go ahead and take a order. I'll just take an order of whatever your breakfast special is.
Breakfast special? Okay, well today today it is a nice plate of eggs and bacon. And just for an extra copper piece, you can get our special side dish for today, which is sausage links.
Oh, that sounds delicious, actually. Actually, can I just get a tankard of water with that as well?
Of course. Think of the water. What about for the rest of you?
I'll take eggs and ham with the water.
Okay.
I'll take the same thing as the first guy.
Okay.
Dang, I'm just the first guy.
Same thing as the second guy.
Okay, same thing as second guy. Okay. And what about any? He kind of points over to Jafar.
I think he'll just take some sleep for breakfast.
And Yorn kind of leans over and he goes, "I'll have a few of the snake bites. I didn't get to try those yesterday. It's like, okay, and I noticed y'all had like a crunchy version. Yes, we do in fact we do in fact have we kind of bred them and it makes it a little crunchier. Yeah, can I get some of those too? Of course. Cool. Is this all together? And Marquise kind of just pulls out a couple coins and he goes, yes, this is all together. Okay, we'll have that ready shortly. And so the gnome hops down from the table. As it does, it's basically a loud it's like a loud thud on the ground.
Huh.
And then he waddles away from under the table.
What was that?
It was nothing, buddy. Go back to sleep.
my head just hits the table.
Okay. Well, cool. So the festival starts today. We're up a little early. It starts in about an hour. So after we eat, the festival should be starting pretty soon. So, do we have any idea where we want to go first?
I want to go to the blacksmith.
I want
Need
some
new armor.
tea.
Oh, tea. That's a good idea. Let me fix up some tea for everybody.
I need some caffeine.
Can you give him whatever the sleepy tea is? Man needs to sleep. I'll carry him over my shoulder if I have to.
Well, it seems that
I didn't hear this. I was half asleep.
Yeah, it does seem, in fact, he wants to stay awake. I mean, I remember this festival is something he wants to do too. So
Yes, but it's also called he will literally pass away if he keeps staying awake. So
a single day is not exactly enough for that, but I do kind of see your point. But
I mean that's fine. We'll just give him what caffeine he wants now.
Yes, do not worry. We'll make sure he gets sleep, later on. But I think he would like to go and peruse around the festival area.
Oh gosh, I wasn't muted.
See, that's canon. He's just like,
whoops.
okay,
yes, that happened. That's the sound I just made.
the burp was canon. Like, okay.
Well, let's spend a minute to eat and everything, and I will fix tea in the meantime.
Alrighty.
Marquise kind of starts pulling stuff out to start fixing tea. And all of you wait a few minutes. Your food arrives. The gnome, of course, does all that. Does a transaction with Marquise, and without Jafar ever noticing the gnome had come back, Jafar's just knocked out
in a stasis.
Yep. And you'll end up eating breakfast and everything. Ends up being pretty good, even though, it was made by gnomes.
I begged it.
I actually wonder now, what would a gnome kitchen area look like? Would it be like that, or would they stack on top of each other?
You're the one who said there was a small door in the back of the kitchen, so you clearly had some idea.
Well, no, the small door was behind the bar.
Yeah, it led to the kitchen.
Be like one of those toy kitchen sets.
It's just a toy kitchen set.
Polly Pocket.
Yeah, no, they're like they're artificer gnomes, so they just have like an easy bake oven in the back.
An easy bake oven. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay.
Ratatouille status. That's how.
Ratatouille status.
Gosh.
Agreed. That's canon.
They're just hanging out underneath the chef's hats, pulling all the strings. Those evil little devils.
Well,
they're too happy to be good. I'm convinced.
So y'all enjoy your breakfast, and right after you finish, you start to hear a bit of chatter from outside. where you can assume people are gathering for the festival, and you're just like, well, is everyone finished?
Yes, I want new armor and weapons.
I'm
Also
still
magic
sipping on
power.
tea. I assume I've had tea made, correct? That happened?
Yes.
All right, I'm sipping on my second cup.
Yeah, Marquise has handed out the tea, and everybody's enjoying that. So
I'm slightly more awake now. Jafar is slightly more awake now.
yeah, and so you're all. Wait, is that a rubber ducky?
No,
minute,
that's
what is-
Aladdin.
Oh, that's the Aladdin. It looks like a rubber ducky from the side.
It does?
It did when it was partially behind your microphone.
Okay.
So I
You
was
say
like,
so.
wait a minute, what? Okay,
Sure.
whatever.
Stay focused, Johnny.
Look, man, you're the one over here with that, okay?
Bro, I'm ADHD, dog. I gotta play with
Dude,
something
I'm
while we're
same
gathering.
here, okay? Let me just.
I gotta keep my hands busy.
I've been playing with a Rubik's Cube, I understand.
The whole time.
The whole time.
All right, then. He gets it. I literally had something in my hands at all times
Yeah.
this whole stream.
Yeah. But yeah, so you're just like, well, if we're all finished, it's probably best we get out there. No, just kind of might want to go enjoy the festival.
Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop.
shop. Blacksmith shop.
Come on, Ugg. Let's chant the same thing. Blacksmith shop. We both want armor. Come on.
Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop.
Blacksmith shop.
I hate to burst your bubble, but Ugg's probably gonna look more for like a leather worker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you want light armor.
Mm-hmm. Light armor's
It is
cloth,
true.
isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
leathers and
Leather counts too? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't know. We might have some leather work. You
Mm-hmm.
can always go with
Okay,
check.
well, let's get going. Come on. Let's go.
Armor guy. I'm up. I'm going. Let's go.
Jafar tops off his last second cup of coffee, slams it down, and says, "Well, I might as well get up." Yeah, I'll tag along for now while I continue to wake up. Thanks for the tea, Marquise. I think it did the trick. Just need a little time.
Well, I'm glad. And then all of you head out of the creepy gnome inn.
It was
And-
freaking creepy.
It was in fact freaky. It was freaky. It was creepy. It was all types of weird.
Creaky and sneaky.
And it gave me the
Yep.
heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
So you
I
end
hope
up
we don't see any more gnomes here.
end up heading
Well,
out. So, you head out into into the main area and everything, and you see people all around. Kind of gathering toward the front area where people are trading, and you see a couple carts right on by and everything. You see that, well, the festival has started to begin. Immediately, Yorn goes, well, since the festival has begun, it's probably best we... I don't know. Should we split up? Or should we all stay together?
I say we split up for now. Then I'll meet up at the library in 2 hours?
That is a good point. We should probably meet up at the library. Yeah, we could do that in about 2 hours.
I'd say 2 hours is plenty of time to browse around a little.
Yes.
Is there anything you guys are looking for in particular besides Morgoth and heavy armor?
I also want weapons. The library will give me the magical books that I want, probably. So
Is there anyone here besides Morgoth that wants anything?
I'd say I'm sorry. I'm a man who knows what he wants.
No,
Well, I came
you're
here-
fantastic.
I came here for one specific reason, and that is to peruse to see if there are any magical items in the market.
No, Yorn, I think our interests align as much as our energies don't.
I think I might just follow you guys until we get to the armory stall.
I feel
Oh,
like that
or-
would be a poor use of our time if we only have 2 hours. If we were to follow you to the blacksmith.
Oh no,
'Cause
I'm
I
saying I'm
haven't-
following you guys until we get around to the blacksmith.
Got it.
'Cause I'm also interested in magical items.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty cool,
Okay.
aren't they?
Yes, yes, they are.
Well, let's go. So, and then Yorn just like quickly starts scurrying off.
No, gosh, he's a quick
I-
one.
Yes, he is. Let's quickly follow.
So, you start making your way back down the street and everything. Y'all are y'all grabbing the cart or on foot?
Have we split?
Yeah, I'll just do on foot since we're
On
just
foot?
in the town.
Okay.
Have we split? Is it so it's us 3 and them 4?
I'm Ug's kind of following Morgoth, so
All right, us 4 and them 3.
Sure.
Did we
Yeah.
split? Nope. Okay.
Where do Rilo and Vanessa and Marquise go?
Marquise. Yeah. Did they stick with us or did they split? Should we clarify?
Depending
yeah,
on
Ken.
their answers, I can't answer until they answer.
Got it.
Yeah,
Did
Vanessa,
Ken and
Rilo,
Marquise
are
come
y'all
with us?
are y'all with them or did you split off?
Yeah. What'd you guys do? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Oh, I was just waiting for that to end in an explosion.
I'd say let's just stick with the group, so we don't have to do extra dialogue.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Roger
just go as
that,
one group.
Chief. All right, Yorn. Where did you have your? What place did you have your eyes on first? You seem to have a bit of an idea of where you may want to go if you're moving there in such a hurry.
Well, yesterday I ended up seeing the stalls right in front of the blacksmith. One of the stalls had a few what looks to be like some type of jewels and stuff like that. So maybe there might be something magical in that. So my plan was to go check out at least around that area to figure it out. Other than that, I mean there was a bookstore nearby. So
There was. Wasn't one of you looking for books? You, right, Yorn?
oh
Somebody else was looking
yeah.
for books of magic spells.
I'm also looking for books of magic spells.
You're looking for everything,
Particular-
Margo.
well, I am looking for
And more
everything. I just want to
again.
become beefy and powerful.
I admire that desire. Power's a great thing, Morgoth.
Absolutely. But I'm going to try to use it in service of others instead of myself.
Jafar
That's what
kind
I
of
meant to do.
just stares at Morgoth after he says that.
Huh,
Says nothing.
yes.
Just stares.
Morgoth, like, looks halfway uncomfortable, but I realize it's probably just because he's tired is the reason he's staring at me. I'm like,
You were
okay.
saying?
I was like, I'll save that one for later. We'll have a
Right.
conversation about that later. Either way, but yes, no, I just want to become powerful so I can protect as many people as I can.
The ones
But,
you love, perhaps.
Yes.
Jafar kind of looks over at Vanessa and thinks, kind of wonders to himself.
Yes. Anyway.
Trying to make conversation.
Yeah, I'm just like he looks over at us, and I'm just like, no.
Then looks back at Morgoth, kind of nods,
I'm just like,
like he's like a aha.
yeah, I'm just kind of like just give him a one nod, and then just like start to follow Yorn. Not saying anything, but just
None of us did. There was just
N-
nods,
Yep.
Yep.
Just
it's
nods.
like a nod of, oh, okay, yep.
like recognition. Yeah.
All right,
So-
let's roll.
You'll end up walking to the stalls where Yorn is, and you see Yorn kind of like going through and like he picks up like a gem or whatever, kind of like looking at it a bit, and he'll put it down. And he'll look at some other things, and the you see the guy kind of stands like, are you going to grab anything? Are you going to buy anything? If not, go away. I've got lots of people to talk to today. I'm looking to see if you got anything magical. Like, do you have any magical stuff? Magical? No. These are jewels and trinkets and stuff. Like, clearly you don't have an eye for anything good.
Wow, this man thinks none of his product is good. Yikers, bad salesman.
What?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Move on. I was just saying something.
Just gonna go, wow, you're being very rude to your customers. Your potential customers. That's going to drive away business.
Drive away business? I'm going to see about 200 to 300 of you today. Look, if you're not going to buy, you need to go somewhere else. I've got people waiting. There's more coming in.
Jafar says, fine, man. Yorn,
Fine.
let's not waste our time with this peddler.
I say agreed. And like as we start to walk away, I'm like, I look back at Jafar and I was like, I want to burn that man's skull to the ground.
Jafar kind of smirks, like, that's a good idea. Kind of gives like a little, almost like an evil smile.
We're just like feeding off of each other's like evil. Now.
You're like, yes. I've got
like,
some spells in my mind right now. That would
doing
be
the
funny.
maniacal, the hand thing with like twiddling their fingers, like.
Yeah. The Rafage hands, if you know who that is.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of Rafage.
Yeah. No, we're on the same page for sure.
Oh yes, absolutely.
That connection happened.
Absolutely, that was absolutely canon.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're just gonna keep following.
Did Yorn walk away? Did Yorn say agree?
Yeah, no,
Did
he
Yorn say
walked
we
away
could
when
move?
y'all were talking. You know, when y'all walked away, he kind of just walked
When
away.
we were
just
looking at each
disappointed.
other, having a moment, he walked away and we didn't notice.
Oh no, because y'all were walking and having that moment.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
We were having an evil moment.
he
whilst
walked with.
walking.
He was just a little disappointed.
You kidding? I
So-
can't walk and chew bubblegum, bro. Don't be silly.
I'm
Sorry.
now going to change my alignment to lawful neutral. Only
Wait.
for the time being.
Yep. I don't get that joke.
Well, I was a lawful good, but now that we're having these like evil thoughts and conversations, I'm like, all right, neutral now.
Okay. Sounds good. Get it.
So,
Yeah.
y'all kind of like walk away a bit, and then Marquise just like, well, the locksmith is right here, so if you wanna look in it, it's probably now's the best time. While
All right.
well, we're trying to figure out where else to go.
How early in the morning is it, by the way? Is like the sun up? Like, I mean, it's
so
party time,
sun's
right?
up.
Like 10,
Yeah,
like
it's
8
party
a.m.
time.
or something.
It's right at like 9 a.m.
All right, sounds good. Just making sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So I kind of walk up to the blacksmith shop. Just kinda like,
You walk
hello?
up, you see the blacksmith is sitting there dealing with a customer, and you hear the clanking. You hear like the hammer crack against a piece of metal on the anvil, and like in between hits, you essentially just hear him just like, "Look, I'm not sure what you want, but we don't sell anything jewelry wise. We don't make jewelry here. We make weapons and we make armor. It's not hard to figure that out."
Oh, this is my place.
Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Have a nice day. And he sees all of you walking up, and he goes, "Oh, hello. If you give me one moment, I'll be with you." And he takes the heated piece of metal, and he dunks it into the water to cool it down, and then He takes it and puts it off to the side, and he goes, "Well, he goes, okay. Now that I've finished that, how can I help you?"
Ah, yes, I was looking for either just like a new set of armor or new weapons. Can I see what your selections are, or do you make them custom?
Well, I can make it custom. Unfortunately, we are a little low on materials, so we're going to have to figure out stuff. We're a little low on materials because I can't spare really that many. I can't really spare that many for like the festival and everything. We made up a
Okay.
whole lot of stock right before this, but if you want something custom made, I can see what I can do. Now, if it's armor, you're gonna have to go talk to my brother. He's actually inside, and you see a small inside area where there's a wooden door. If you want to go talk to him for about armor, feel free to go talk to my brother inside. But I will warn you, he's not a people person like me.
Ah, okay, I see. What type of weapons do you have? Any type? Just you make any magical weapons? Actually, that's the main question.
Magic. I've
Or do you at
never
least have
made
any in
any
stock?
magic weapons. We do. We've got 2 of them in stock.
Oh, really?
Yes. I didn't make them myself, so I'm not sure, but they are considered magical. I don't really know what they do too much. My brother
Okay.
knows a lot more about that kind of stuff inside.
Okay.
So he's the one that kind of does the trade on magic stuff because he knows a bit about that. So,
All right. I
yeah,
might.
if you want to go talk to him about that, that's fine. All I sell is just basically just fine steel around here. When it
Hey,
comes
that's
to if you want to cut something, I've got you. You want to bash something in, I can also do that. And if you really need some protection, I can in fact make you a shield, which I don't have any on stock, so I'll have to make something for you. But I can in fact help you with that if needed.
I look back and I'm like, Vanessa, you hear that? They make shields.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like, she
Good.
might inquire on that. But right now I think I'll go see your brother. Marquise, do you mind coming with me? I'm going in intent on making a purchase.
Um,
Basically, like taking out a loan.
oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's not an issue. And Marquise he just follows behind you.
All right, and I head in and go talk to the guy's brother.
Yep.
Bug also walks in just in case, you know.
Yep.
Guess there's something cool. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So you end up walking inside, and it's a smaller room in there. You notice there's a door to another room in the back. But there's a small counter with you see a couple weapons kind of laid out, and you see the guy outside was about average build, but you see this really stocky fellow kind of there, and very very big, very burly. It almost looks like that his head is like basically shrinking into his body.
Oh my god.
So his shoulders almost like it's just right under his ears essentially. He's just like, anything I can help you with?
Yes, I was here to inquire about a new set of armor and perhaps a new magical weapon. Can I see what you have in stock?
Okay. Well, for armor, and he reaches behind the counter, pulls it up, and you see him pull out. The armor itself is connected. It's a full plated armor. Basically covers the entire torso, and it's even connected with like the leggings all the way down to your kneecaps, like and it goes all the way down to the kneecaps, and he pulls it up, and you can hear the metal clanking, and you even hear what sounds to be like a little bit of chain link, that's like in the middle. Basically, it's like a chain link armor surrounded by plates as well. And he goes, "Well, I ended up making this piece myself. I'm not As for the magic stuff, I'll have to go in the back and get that real quick if you wanna look at it.
Yes, I'd like to take a look at that as well. Even though that is a beautiful piece of plate armor right there. I also like to see any magical weapons you might have. So
Yeah,
if there's
I'll have to
any
go get
hiding
that
in the
from.
back too.
Yeah, I'll have to go get. I'll have to get that stuff from the back.
Okay,
So,
well,
if
thank
you
you.
want to look at this, feel free. I'll be right back. And he turns, and you see him just
Alrighty.
waddle into the back. And
Just hear
he,
the thuds.
yeah, each footstep is just another thud. He walks into the back. The doors open. You get a little peek inside, and you see that there are shelves of like different types of metals and stuff like that. There's a couple like weapons, like some simple weapons you could see. And he comes around. He comes out from the back, and he ends up walking up. He ends up walking back up, and he's carrying two weapons with him. He is carrying what looks to be a longsword. It's basically it's like the blade itself is steel, but it has a gold. It's got a gold trim, kind of along the edges, and it's got like along the edges of the actual blade itself, and it has basically up the middle of the blade is just a green strip that leads to an emerald in the side of the sword itself. And
Huh.
then the other weapon he's carrying it over his shoulder, is it's a great axe. And in the great axe itself, so in the very middle, where basically both sides of the axe it's a double-sided great axe, of course.
Ooh.
It's basically where it meets together. There is a huge like red. It almost looks like a huge red like circular like gem. Almost like a ruby. Just it's perfectly. It's about the size of a cue ball. Kind of embedded in this thing, and you can see that it almost has like almost like a red pulse that kind of reaches out to the edges of the blade where it's kind of like fades out. And he brings them and he goes, well, I got these two. And he puts the long sword on the table and he goes, this long sword is it's basically it's good for someone who wants to get the drop on enemies.
Ooh.
So cool part about this sword is essentially whenever you're holding it, you can basically whisper a word. It doesn't make you entirely invisible. Man, I wish. Sometimes I need to get away from my brother. But but it does in fact make you a little harder to see. And you see him like kind of pull it up, and then you just hear him go, "Hurrah!" And then you, like, as he does that, you see the sword kind of does a little glow, and then you notice that the only thing that appears is really the sword. Like you see the sword like kind of like it's still normal, but he ends up turning like partially transparent, so you can see so you can kind of see through him and see the wall behind him and everything.
Whoa.
But not a whole lot. Like,
Yeah.
if you were far away, you wouldn't see him. But
Yeah, it's more like he's
sitting
like
right in front of him,
translucent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Almost
So,
like cloaking in Halo.
uh,
Bend the light.
it's
so
a
everything looks
little
distorted.
less than that.
Everything looks distorted if he's
Yeah,
standing in front of
it looks distorted. You can see the person themselves, but like, it's also like you can see through them just a little bit more. So, or just a little bit as well. So think of it like a ghost in most like horror movies. Like you can see
Yeah.
through them, but you can also see them.
Okay, are
So
you saying this?
And then you see him kind of just put the sword down, and when he lets go of it, he fades back to normal, and he goes, "So we got that, and then we got this." And he puts
Yes, that's
the
what I
great
wanted to
axe.
see.
He puts the great axe on the counter, and he goes, Now I'm not exactly sure of the sheer power of this thing, but
Oh,
apparently this thing has it definitely has a punch.
Oh my.
I'm not. When I bought this thing, I was more wanting to use it for myself, but I never actually have any chance to, so it's probably best that I end up trying to sell it anyways. From what I remember, the guy who sold it to me stated, apparently, whenever you strike something with it, it it's very hard to explain that whenever you hit something with it, a red mark is going to appear on it, which that part is self-explanatory, and you see him kind of like pick up the great axe, and he like lightly drops it on the counter, and you see that instead of making a cut, it makes a mark. He goes, so, as you can see, this in fact made a mark on the counter. Well, if I do it again, and he drops it again, and when he does that, you see that like the great axe basically cuts straight through with him just dropping it. It just
Whoa.
like dropping it just a foot over, it just cuts straight through into the counter. And like basically just like basically the handle itself gets stuck on another part of the counter. Essentially, it falls straight down and like into the floor. And he goes, "Yeah, apparently the first cut doesn't in fact do anything, but apparently the second one's supposed to make it get hit a whole lot harder."
Oh,
Never got to really
wow.
test it myself. If you want, we could try to take it around back and do some real
I
testing, but
would love to. May I see the magical armor as well?
I do not have magical armor.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you did. My bad.
No, I said magical weapons.
Ah, okay. My apologies. What other types of armor do you have besides that one? This.
Well, I got some more chainmail in the back. I got some more plated armor. Other than that, I don't think I have anything. And he looks over at Ugg and he goes, "I don't really have anything that's leather or anything. So if he was looking for anything, I'm sorry to say, but I don't have anything for that." But
Yeah. Is there any way you could custom make any armor for me?
well, I definitely could. Would be quite pricey though, and if you're looking for magic stuff, that's going to cost you even more. And it will take me about a week to do it, possibly 2, depending on what you need.
Um. Well, what type of magical infusions can you do? I mean, I don't know exactly what I need right now. I just want something super strong.
I myself can't really do magical infusions. I typically
Okay.
go and get some help. There's a couple sorcerers in town that goes around and does infusions and imbuements and stuff like that on
Okay.
to various stores. So I just go and
Right.
pay them. But the magic themselves typically require some type of gem. And
Right.
when it comes to the gem, the power of it depends on the size of the gem, and they can be quite pricey.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I might just go for a custom-made set of regular armor.
Okay.
With just no
And
magical properties.
Marquise kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, and goes, um, maybe you should hold off on the armor before you start. I mean, didn't you want a weapon?
I mean, if worst comes to worst, I have a new weapon. And honestly, I'd rather.
Okay.
Would you rather me just get the weapon and not have to worry about for the armor?
I'm just saying, think about your options first, because, I did say I could help you pay with this, but I didn't say I was made of money.
Yes, you're right. You also have those jewels and other items that I could help pay for it with.
Well, that is true.
Um,
Do you do bartering in this game?
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Cool.
Hmm.
That's what I mean. Do you? I meant like, do you
Yeah,
barter?
yeah.
Cool.
They just never have.
yes, yeah, I have. I've given
Have
up.
you?
Yeah, I've traded up for other swords and like
Oh, yeah, yeah. You
armors and
give that
weapons
for
and stuff.
prices off. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
would this old chainmail make any off of a custom price? If not, I also have other jewelry that you might could sell and make a profit off of.
Morgoth, if you're, or yeah, no, that's not supposed to happen. Morgoth, you do understand we might not be here for a week or two, so getting yourself custom-made stuff, like we might be, we might leave right
Okay.
after the festival.
Fine. What's the strongest plate armor you have right now?
Well, you were just holding it a moment ago.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty strong armor, and it will protect a lot of you. The only problem behind it is that there is a lot of upkeep with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unfortunately, dirt gets under the plates very often, and on top of that, if you plan on fighting in the rain, you got to make sure that you dry that thing off fast, because, well, first few times not a problem, but if you wear that thing for about a month and constantly let it get wet, it's gonna rust, and when one piece of that chainmail rusts, it's gonna start degrading the whole thing.
Ah, okay.
I thought it was plate.
You said it's
It's
plate.
chainmail. It's chainmail on the inside, plate
okay.
on the outside.
Roger.
Oh, okay.
The chainmail covers the joints and stuff like that.
So it is a full set,
It's
or it's
the
just the
torso.
chest piece and the leg?
It's the chest piece and legs essentially.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll just take this, and then I might also go test out the great axe.
Okay.
I
Well,
look at Marquise first and is like, is that okay?
Marquise is just like, yeah. How much is it for the armor set? Okay. The armor set itself is going to be about 200 gold pieces. And well, for the axe here, it was very pricey. I can't sell it for anything less than 1,000.
Oh. Well, I'll test it and we'll see. I look at Marquise and I'm like, not gonna buy it. I just want to try it out.
And Marquise kind of like whispers and just like, well, friend, I will tell you, I can spare probably about 1,000 gold pieces. So if you want that weapon, you can get it. However, I cannot spare the armor as well.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna test out the weapon.
Okay. So, Marquise turns back to him and says, like, "Can we at least test out the weapon first?" "Well, of course." And he takes it. He's like, "You want to bring the long sword too, or?"
Just the great axe. That'll be all that I'm purchasing.
Okay. And so
Well,
with that, Marquise kind of opens the door for all of you as you make your way out.
I definitely misspoke. I was like, wait, no.
Misspoke what?
I said the weapon was gonna be all that I'm purchasing. I'm like, no, I'm buying the armor, not the weapon.
So you walk out, and the guy leads you kind of around back. You get back there and you see a couple training dummies set up. There's 3 of them set up, and you see one of them's missing an arm, and another one's missing a head, essentially. And you get back there and you go, "Okay, well, when it comes down to this, since you're wanting to see how the great axe is, I'll let you kind of do the honors. I'd probably use the middle one. It's not exactly busted yet. Might be after this, though."
Okay, yes, I'll give it a try.
Yep. And he hands you the great axe, and he goes, "Well, enjoy."
Alrighty. So I'd take a swing at the dummy.
Yep. So when you go to take a swing, you end up slashing right through it. And you see that there's like this huge red mark, basically, wherever you touched with it, just kind of goes right across it. For a moment, nothing happens. And then you swing the second time. And when you swing the second time, you hear, you basically, as you cut through it, you almost hear like a second slice as you're cutting through. Instantly takes the dummy, cuts it in half.
Wow.
Just complete through the whole thing. And it just slides straight off, collapses to the ground.
Wow, this thing is very cool.
This thing is really cool. You got another?
I mean, honestly, you can have this one if you want it.
That was out of character.
Oh,
You got 1,000. You got 1,000 gold pieces.
You got 1,000 gold pieces? I'll be glad to sell it to you. This is an amazing weapon. I'm sure it'll make a fine weapon for a good venture, but sadly, I'm a broke adventurer. I can't afford it. I will take that armor though.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me test this out.
Of course, no problem. And so he takes the great axe back from you, and you'll head back inside where you make it back up to the counter. He goes, puts the great axe and the long sword in the back, and then he ends up taking the armor, kind of spraying it out onto the counter there. Then he goes, "What?"
Sorry, I said I'm not yawning. I promise.
Oh, but yeah, he essentially is just like, okay, it's gonna be 250 gold pieces. And Marquise just goes, of course. Are you sure this is what you want?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And he gives him 250 gold pieces and goes, well, hopefully you get some good use out of this. So what are you gonna do with your armor?
Is it okay if I just sell it to you? Just sell it for like a price off of this armor? I have no use for it.
I mean, I can probably do that. I mean, it looks like it's in fairly decent condition. Doesn't seem like it's too bad. It's a little battle worn, but I mean, I could probably cut about 200 off.
Oh, okay. That sounds perfect then.
And so,
So
yeah,
I'd
so
I'd
you're trading
trade
it
it.
out?
Yep, I'd trade it.
Okay.
'Cause that
So it
saves
does
money.
that. Yep. Marquise puts 50 gold pieces on the counter, and it's like, thank you for your business. It seems my friend here has found some nice armor for himself. Well, it's nice doing business with all of you, and just kind of
So what type of armor do I
gives you a
put in here?
nod. Literally the exact same armor you were wearing.
Seriously?
You're welcome.
Wow, what a
You spent $50 on the same one.
You
I
spent.
mean, it's just new now, I guess.
It's just new now.
I spent that entire like half hour. I was like dozing off, and it paid off. That was hilarious.
Yep.
good. Well, at least it looks pretty. Either way,
Yep.
You don't have to go to work in 4 hours.
You have to go to work in
5
4
hours.
hours?
5 hours.
Bro.
5 hours.
I have to
Oh
get.
my
I get
gosh.
Johnny. I get up at
Yeah.
6.
Johnny, what do we
Yeah.
do? Do we pick up on
Gosh.
Tuesday, maybe?
Um,
I don't want to keep them here.
they can't do it Tuesday.
Even like a half session kind of thing.
I think they're busy Tuesday.
Yeah, I got stuff I gotta do Tuesday.
I don't want people staying up if they don't
Yeah,
have to.
I don't
Obviously,
want-
I'd like to finish whatever you had planned for today.
Yeah.
But I'm
this is
here
all I'm
for
gonna
the
do.
I'm here for the long haul. I'm here as long as you guys are okay with being here. I just don't want you guys sacrificing, sleep or etc. for it.
Right. I
Oh,
don't want to.
I'm already doing it at this point. So
hmm What do they call that fallacy? The time sink fallacy or whatever? Time sunk fallacy?
I don't know. Never heard of it.
No, basically it's you've spent so much time in something. It's usually talked about for, like video games. You've spent so much time into something that you can't
Okay.
give up on it.
Mm,
Because it feels like the time has been wasted.
right.
But it's not actually of anything of real value anyways.
Yep. Just like this entire sale. But either way.
You guys are great. I like you guys.
Okay, y'all make yourself out. You make yourself scarce out of the store, and you end up
Yep.
back into the main festival area. Time to speed run.
Yep. I was like, all right. Anybody want to go buy
Run.
cool stuff? Let's go look for more magic stuff.
Woo! Zip zap zippity zap. Did you see
Okay.
my DMs, Johnny? Sent them to you like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, no, I was reading through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can confirm which version we do.
Yeah, I'll confirm
I
that in a
think
minute.
this.
Okay, so you guys make it out to the main area. Yeah, I'm trying to get them through.
No, I
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
We just
So
speed
yeah,
running
y'all
the
make
heck
it
out
out
of
to y'all make it out to the main area, and Yorn's just like, I am not entirely sure what happened. I saw y'all walk around back with a really big axe, but
Yes, it was fun. I basically just paid $50 for the experience. So,
Oh,
well,
okay.
50 gold pieces for the experience. So it's okay.
Okay.
Let's just go.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if we could. There's I saw a stall. It's sitting like right around the corner from the bookstore.
Yeah.
And I ended up seeing a stall. It's basically got like a bunch of like, it's like a bunch of like books and scrolls and stuff. It almost looks like what the library, from the village we were at had.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll go check that out. Maybe we'll find some rune books or something.
Yeah. So he kind of leads you over there, and you kind of get up to the stall, and you see the helper from before, just kind of like the helper from before from the library would just sits there and he goes, "Oh, hello. I see the rest of you got here.
Ah, yeah, it's good to see you again.
So,
Alright.
anything I can help you with?"
So, rune books or no rune books? If not, my other friend has a magical inquiries of his own. But
I'm sorry. What are you asking?
not rune books.
Uh, I mean, not any like
Actual
specific
magical
ones.
one. Okay.
Yeah, it's the only books we have here of the rune variety are essentially like just the basics and advanced versions of them. You know, if you want to
Okay.
learn about them.
Oh, well, that's fine. But I think I'll let my friend go ahead and take over here and see whatever he wants.
Yeah, I'm actually looking through. Back at the back at the other places. It back at the library. Y'all were talking about how you had some like other maps. From from before that you didn't end up showing our friend Jafar. Well, yeah, there were a few. I didn't exactly. I didn't exactly get to see any of them or anything. I was just packing stuff up for the festival. But yeah, we've got a few maps here, and you're just like, yeah. Do you mind if we look at them? I mean, the librarian stated it wasn't the best. You know, like there were just some drawings and stuff. But maybe we'll find something. And he goes, yeah, sure. And so he goes and takes a little basket that he's got full of them. You see about 20, 30 like rolled up pieces of paper in it. And he goes, yeah, this thing's full of maps. And Yorn, one by one, starts pulling them out. He opens them, and they just look, they all look kind of weird and everything. And he goes through about 20 of them, and then he finally pulls one out. And as he opens, as he like pretty much opens the piece of paper there, you end up seeing a map of what looks like the surrounding desert. And it actually has what looks like to be the location of Agrabah on it, and it's essentially but it's not called Agrabah. It's literally just got it's got like a star as like like an icon like right below it, and then to the southwest a little bit you end up seeing it's the only thing labeled in any of these maps. You see a small little what looks to be like a stone pillar, almost like the entrance to like a mine shaft or like a cave or something. You see a small icon, and it is labeled. If y'all look over at the map, it is labeled Spelunca Miraculum. Trying to. And as you kind of get a look at this, you just see Agrabah with a little star, and then you see that little cave that's just called Spelunca
Oh my gosh.
Miraculorum.
I
And
just got the reference. I think I know what this is.
so you kind of get a look at this map, and Yorn's just like, this is weird, huh? This actually looks like the surrounding desert. Like this actually looks like the desert in the area, and this is actually, it's not that. I mean, there's not too many things here. Like it's not showing, like because when you look at the map, you see literally what you're looking at right now. You see all of that. So, but you don't see on the map where it labels Athens or the village to the north or anything like that. You just see this. And Yorn's just like, well, we have, I mean, this map does kind of show a little bit of the desert, the surrounding area, but is this it out here? Is this all? And you just see the guy from the stall there. He just kind of shrugs and he's just like, I don't know. I just come down here to Agrabah so we can do the festival every year. And Yorn's just like, well, how much is it for this map? I mean, this might be something. I mean, do y'all think this is something Jafar might be looking for?
Most likely.
So, I mean, if you don't think so, we don't have to. But I don't know. It just this is the closest to a map of the desert we've seen.
Right. I mean, if you want it, grab it.
So, okay. Yeah.
Definitely
How
would like
much?
to.
How much is it for the map? Well, it's in that it's in that basket. So, it's gonna be around. You know what? I'll sell it to you for 2 copper. It's not. It's not. It's nothing big. I've never seen this place or anything on a map. I don't know what it is. And honestly, I'm just supposed to sell that entire basket. Nobody's bought anything. So, yeah, I'll sell you that for 2 copper. Okay, and Yorn just kind of like looks over at the rest of you. Is like,
Just take it.
what?
I said, just take it. That's fine.
Hey, did you got it?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Okay. And so he
I
grabs
hand
it.
over to copper.
Yeah. So he rolls it back up, and the guy takes 2 copper and he goes, "Thanks for doing business." And Yorn kind of like turns and takes a couple steps away from the stall, and he's just like, "Well," and he's looking at the map, and he's like, he's like this is mysterious. This is kind of cool. We learned about a new city 2 days ago called Agrabah.
Yeah, and now we've heard
And
about.
now there's another place on this map. This is
Well, the Spelunkum
this is
Miraculorium.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Huh. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, nonetheless, it's a map of the desert. We should probably go take this. Wait, where did Jafar go?
I don't know.
Huh. And you look around, you don't see any traces of Jafar whatsoever. Just gone.
Oh.
I swear he was with us just a moment ago.
I thought it was too. Interesting.
Do you think he went back to the tavern?
Potentially. Who knows?
Maybe. I actually now that I think about it, he probably did not. It wouldn't make much sense. But where would he have gone though?
I don't know. How about the library?
That is a good point. He
Or at
did
least
state that
somewhere
he
more
wanted to go
interesting than
there.
staying here.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Should we go? I mean, should we go to the library and see if he's there? It is a big library, though.
Yes, absolutely.
So, let's just hope that everything's organized in there, unlike the Hector library.
Yes, I hope so too.
Okay, well, let's go see if we can find him.
Let's go.
Yep. And so you'll make your way, and you end up getting to the library. You walk inside. And as you walk inside, you kind of notice, like people's walking in and out constantly. Like literally every second, a person's either going in or out of this place. And you make it up to the entrance. You know, it's these big 10-foot tall doors just opened for people to walk in and out. And as you walk in, you see thousands upon thousands upon thousands of books placed on bookshelves all around the walls. They make multiple aisles, and they go beyond what you can see. You cannot see the back wall because this place is so full of just bookshelves and books.
Oh man.
You want to know the size of this place? You remember that huge library in Avatar?
Bro!
Oh.
Wan Chi Tong! He who knows 10,000 things! Sorry, I'm
is-
happy to hear that reference.
It is that big.
That's my favorite show of all time.
I know, it's a great show.
Picturing this whole time, too.
Yeah.
Because the tower in the sand. I love you, Johnny.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna go run in and look for any room books I can find.
So yeah, as you're running in, you see the only light in here. There's no candles, nothing like that. The only light that actually comes in through the huge skylight in the middle. You do see in the middle of it though is the tower kind of pokes into the skylight a little bit, and you see like a little like a big cylinder. Based. There's a term for it, but at the middle of the sky.
Chandelier?
No. It's the tower basically pokes in through the dome a little bit, and it kind of comes. You see it come down, and you almost see like a little almost like a room, kind of in that. It's like a little window that kind of peers out onto the rest of it, and. But you see that the only light in here is through a skylight. And so you start looking around, trying to go peruse through books while you're also looking for Jafar. And after a while, Morgoth, you do in fact find some rune books. The only problem is that all of them are used. You see every single rune book that you can think of here, but none of them are available for you to learn for the first time.
This is the biggest waste of my time I've ever seen in my life.
It
This
is,
place
in
is
fact,
not-
a library. People read books.
Or the bookshop.
So you're looking around for a while, and you end up spending hours in this place, just searching. And you look down every nook and cranny in this place, trying to search for books, and you see Yorn grab book after book after book. And after about, I don't know, a good 4 or 5 hours of just in this place, you lose all track of time, and you start you're able to look outside through a window, or you look outside through the windows in this place aren't exactly like actual, they don't have glass panes or anything. It's just a small little hole, not big enough to fit through, but enough to just let a little light in. And you look outside and you notice that the sun is not quite setting, but you notice that the sun is probably going to set here soon. And so you finally get to the point where you're trying to find Jafar. And as you're trying to find Jafar, you notice Yorn comes around the corner to all of you, carrying a stack of probably about 15 books in his small arms, just trying to hold them all together, making sure they don't topple on top of him. I think I found a few books.
Ah, good. Well, I'm glad you found something.
Ooh.
And so I help him grab some books. I'm like, all right, come on, we can read these later.
Yes, yes, of course. Did you ever find Jafar in this place? It's
No.
pretty big.
Do we
No, I
know
did
that
not.
Do we know that Travis is awake still?
Travis.
Yep. I'm still
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
I was concerned.
Dude, if he wasn't here, I was probably gonna leave. Dude, I'm still gonna leave here soon. I'm sorry, guys,
Yeah.
but like I need to
Yeah.
go.
No, it's
You don't got to
fine.
apologize. It's
You don't
late,
have to
bro.
apologize. So, basically, you kind of get the books and everything. Move on. My music's not working. It's irritating me. And Yorn just kind of like peeks his head around, like one or two shelves, and he goes, "Do you think we're even gonna find Jafar in here?"
Probably not.
I mean,
But I do want to go look at the bookstore very quickly before it closes.
that's true. Wait a minute. Did anyone check the map section?
No.
There's a section full of maps. It's near the back. That's where I found about half of these books.
So you didn't
Found them.
check?
No, because I was looking at books.
You were in the map section.
No, I was right outside of it. I know it's there. I just didn't actually look in there.
Alright, let's go look at the map section.
Okay. And so he
Morgoth-
turns
Go
and
ahead,
starts leading all of you back there.
Morgoth is just mad that this is the biggest nothing burger of a day he's ever had in his life.
So he ends up heading to the back. He leads all of you to the back, and you get back there, and the map section is just this huge, basically this huge rectangle. Just like along the edges are just shelves and shelves of slots where they can stick map scrolls and stuff like that. Think of it like a wine rack full of scrolls of maps, and they've got them all set up and they're labeled and everything. And in the middle, there's about 4 tables set up you see maps on every single table, all types of them, and they're pretty, they're pretty, they're kind of like spread out all over the place. And you hear somebody like rummaging through all the maps. You hear them like rummaging through all the maps, and Yorn kind of turns the corner and he goes, I think I found them.
Russell.
Well, good.
Russell. Oh,
Oh, good. I'm
It's
going to
not
pee.
my gosh, there's so many.
Hey, Jafar.
Oh, hey guys. How? I'm sorry. I sort of wandered off while you guys were still talking to that gentleman in the back of the armor smith. That weird fella's brother. I had some interests elsewhere, and I guys, look at this. For you never confirmed with me, by the way.
What?
That thing I'm about to do.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I found a jewelry maker. This is a big deal. I've been trying to find something to house the eye of petrification, and I found a custom jewel maker, and he made me this fine gold and silver necklace, and with a locket, and I the eye, and I opened the locket, to show the eye of petrification. It fits perfectly. I'm so glad that I can wear it around my neck now instead of carrying it in my stack. But when I went back to the armor store, you weren't there. You guys must have moved on. So I figured that since we all knew that I was the library was a place we all wanted to go, that I figured I'd run into you guys eventually if I started looking for my maps. I've been here. Whoa, I lost track of time. What time is it?
We have no idea.
It's like right before sunset. That would be.
I was gonna say yeah.
Like 5, 6.
How long have I been in here? Oh my gosh.
Yes, I've
I'm
been asking
having-
myself the same question.
I'm having no luck. The maps, they have so many. I'm overwhelmed. I'm enamored. I'm lost in myself here, but I'm not making any progress. I'm not finding what I'm looking for, and I'm becoming frustrated.
Oh well, join the club, brother.
How did your time go since I saw you? Find anything interesting? Did you buy anything at the store, Morgoth?
I bought clean chainmail. That's literally it.
Weren't you wearing chainmail?
Yes, but this is cleaner apparently.
It's yes. Pristine. Jafar kind of looks at him like, oh, huh, like kind of like,
Oh.
right, yeah.
Oh, you big dummy.
I hope you got a deal on it.
Yes. Sure, whatever you say.
Wow, you have quite the stack of books there, Yorn. You looks like you're set to. You got reading material for the next year, next century.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna have to return them, of course. So.
Make sure you return those books on time. Overdue book fees are just terrible. I don't know. That's a bad joke.
I was gonna say that if you don't pay your overdue book fees, they come and take you.
They will literally enslave you.
My God.
Oh, that's
You will become a librarian.
That's scary. Don't worry, I won't have that happen.
They will put you to work in this building.
Yeah. Oh, as for reading material, or something in that regard, I think we might have found something that you might be interested in.
Oh, is
And
that so?
He goes over and he puts the stacks of books on the table. Then you see him kind of like he reaches like behind him. He had it like he's got a small sheath for a dagger that he lost the dagger for, and so he pulls out what looks to be like a map scroll, and he goes, "I think we might have found something that's interesting, that you might find interesting, or at least it might be a little closer to what you were looking for." And he goes and he opens the map for you, and you see that it is a map of the desert. Where Agrabah is labeled with a star. And then you see what looks like to be the entrance of a cave labeled on the map called Spelunca Miracolorum.
Can you put the map on the screen for me, please?
Oh, yeah, I could put
I just need it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, let me take a look at that. Wait a minute. Yorn, where did you find this?
You remember the library back in the previous town? The assistant said that they ended up packing this randomly with a lot of those other like terrible maps and stuff and drawings that they had.
You're telling me this came from the assistant of the library?
Yeah,
that we were at 2 days ago.
He said he didn't get a good look at anything, but he was just packing stuff up, and this was in it apparently.
Do you understand? Do you understand what you have? Do you guys know? This is. I've been wasting my time in these shelves, in these aisles, and it was under my nose the entire time.
What exactly? What are you talking about? Just the map of the desert, or
No. This marker here, this cave, this spelunka. Move your mouse. Thank you.
Yeah.
This this spelunka miracolorum. Yorn, it's the Cave of Wonders. Don't you get it?
I freaking knew it.
It's wait.
This is I have been. This is a moment I've been waiting for. I'm at a loss for words. This must have been very expensive, I assume.
I mean, if you call 2 copper pieces expensive.
Jafar's mouth, he just covers his mouth, just like he can't believe it was 2 copper pieces. His reaction is like he can't even. Two copper pieces.
Yeah. I mean, he got put in the basket with the rest of the, with the crappy drawings and stuff and he wasn't selling them anyways, so he decided to sell it for 2 copper.
I must ask, are you attached to this? Are you attached to this scroll, Yorn?
No, we kind of got this because you needed a map of the surrounding desert, and this was the best that we could find.
This is precisely what I've been looking for. It might not be the most detailed. It definitely doesn't have all of the... What's the word I'm looking for? What's it called when something is not a point of interest, but like I'm out of character. I need help here. Not a landmass, a land marker. My gosh.
Oh,
It's missing.
Land markers.
It seems to be missing some land markers, but I think this gives me the information I need to get there, to find it, to not get lost out in that scorching heat. Would you mind? For your troubles, I will pay you 2 gold pieces for this map, and because you found it, and I think a thank you is in order, if you would.
I mean, you don't really have to give us that. I mean, Morgoth's the one that paid for it. Do you want 2 gold for it, or?
You can just have it for free for all I care.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
And if it will make you feel any better, I'll take 1 gold piece.
I'll take one. You've got yourself a deal, Morgoth. Wow, I'm do something. Do something before I respond. You do it. You first.
I do it?
No, like someone hand me the freaking scroll. Somebody do something.
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
you want
it's on the
hand it
table.
Oh, it's on the table. Jafar picks up the scroll, hands sort of shaking, almost taken aback that he actually has an image, a map of the mysterious Cave of Wonders, almost like everything he's been working up to is right in front of him. He also looks slightly frightened at the same time. Yeah.
So, but just kind of like looking at you, Yorn's just like, you okay?
I'm better than okay. But it's not over yet.
Well,
Oh, what's not over yet? Hello?
I'm trying to figure out a response to that question. I wasn't expecting someone to ask me that. So I didn't have an answer loaded up. Jafar is buffering right now. What's not over yet?
Jafar's not the phone right now. Please leave a message at the
Over
beep.
the beep. Dave is buffering right now.
Hey, Jafar,
I know. We need to
what's
end.
your way?
We need to end. I know.
No, that's not wow. It's just making the
What's not over
crappy
yet?
tone just to be funny.
Um,
I don't have to wake up early in the morning to.
what's not over yet? I want to give a good answer. You know what I mean?
My goals have not yet been accomplished.
The mission. The mission's not over
The
yet.
mission.
The mission's not over yet.
Oh, okay.
There
That's
are
fine. That
many-
doesn't sound ominous at all. Either way.
It doesn't get any easier from here.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. But,
Great. Good
Yeah.
job, everyone. No.
absolutely. Before the sun
Well,
sets, can we go run
wait
by
a
the
minute.
bookstore?
Yeah, we should probably head by the bookstore. You said what mission are you talking about? You mentioned it's something, like it doesn't get easier, and like what are you talking about? What's your mission? And before you even have a chance to even think about your answer, Marquise chimes in, like, I'm not exactly wanting to kind of stop your great conversation here, but if you look and you all see the skylight where the sky's starting to turn a little orange, and he goes, it is starting to get a bit late, and if we are wanting to, well, get decent sleep so we can come back tomorrow and enjoy more of the festival, it's probably best if we, well, head back to the tavern. So, we could swing by the bookstore very quickly, if you really want to, Morgeth, but we probably should be heading back to the tavern pretty soon.
A great suggestion, Marquise.
It's
Yes,
an amazing
it's getting
suggestion,
quite
but
dark
we
in here.
will be going by the bookstore.
We will. Lead the way, Morgoth.
So Morgoth starts going frantically towards the bookstore.
Okay, so all of you start heading out, and as you make your way out, you see people are starting to clean up for the day and everything, and just before you see the shopkeeper for the bookstore is about to close the door, and Marquise goes, excuse me, good sire, please, my friend here would like to come quickly see if you have a book in stock. And they kind of stand there for a moment, and they're like, okay, come on, let's go see what you want.
Alright, thank you. Do you have any unused rune books? I literally just stay standing at the door.
Yeah, and he goes, and he looks around, so let's see, a book about potions, a book about reviving the dead, a book about hiding a body. Let's see,
I beg your pardon?
Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but do you know a guy named Bill? Sorry, I had to do it. He works at a tavern up in.
Look, man. There's gonna be a lot of characters that sound the same because I'm not a voice actor, and I make hundreds upon hundreds of characters by the end of this. Okay, I'm running out of voices.
I wanted to do it all night because I knew at some point I'd hear Bill's voice.
So it's not quite like that. It's a little different, but
all right. Actually, can you hold that book about how to revive the dead? I kind of want to. I might read that. Just hold that one for me. I might get that on top of the rune books.
Okay, grab that. I see. Got a few rune books here. So we've got water, fire, and earth. We do have a lightning, but it's already used. I can still sell it to you at a reduced price, but not sure how great.
I won't learn any magic from it, so I'll take the water and the earth book
Water, earth. Okay.
and the revive the dead book.
Okay. So, well, the Revive the Dead book itself is going to be about 25 gold pieces, and the other two are going to be 150 each.
Okay. Marquis says that's fine.
Well, I guess that could be fine. So, Marquis
Marquise.
just kind of, Marquis real quick takes out gold pieces.
Freaking
Spends a
bank
few
of
minutes
Marquise
counting.
over here. My goodness.
And Marquise kind of pays for it, and he gives you the books and everything. And well, nice doing business. Is that all I can do for you?
Yes, sir. I think that will be it.
Of course. Well, and he walks over, and you see him like start to shut the door and kind of lock it up, and he goes, "Well, y'all have a great night."
Well, thank you so much. You too. So, before we even leave, I read both the water and the earth books.
Yep. So you open those, you learn both of those. I'll get you the books later.
Alright, that's fine.
Yep. So you learn the water and earth runes. Congratulations on that. And
Now know 4 runes.
Yep. And now you Marquise kind of starts you see him kind of start to wander toward the tavern. He looks back and he goes, "Well, sorry, wrong voice there."
Bill! It's Bill! There he is!
Son of a gun! I still haven't told your Herringon friend where the heck you at.
So you do know Bill.
But Marquise turns back and he's just like, "Well, if we're going to head to the tavern, it's probably best we do it now. Mostly because, well, it didn't occur to me to pay for a second night, so I probably need to go and we probably need to go there before other people try to check in for the night."
Yes, you're absolutely right. We need to go.
Yes, and you'll quickly, head off to the tavern. You make your way in, and you make your way into the tavern, and you actually hear in the corner of the room are 2 gnomes sitting next to a piano. That the piano was not there before, but it is now.
But why?
And they're sitting there playing the piano.
Is it like happy music?
Yes, I can't get it to play. It's,
Okay.
I literally can't get it to play.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I
don't know.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Yep. Appreciate it.
Beautiful.
But yeah, essentially there's music playing and everything, and you kind of walk in. You don't see anybody else in there. And Marquise walks up to the counter with all of you and goes, "We would like to purchase ourselves 4 rooms." And he looks around and he goes, "Wait. That's strange. There's only 6 of us." And you all get a look around and you notice that Jafar has just mysteriously disappeared.
Oh,
Once
boy.
again, he is just gone.
Oh,
Well, I guess we'll need 3 rooms now.
yeah.
Yes. We'll take 3 of your finest rooms. And the gnome there just goes, "Yes, that will be great. Okay, well, it's gonna be 6 gold pieces." Well, that is fine then. Yes. Do y'all need anything to eat before we go to bed?
No, I'm way too tired.
No, okay. And he goes, well, here's 6
Literally.
gold pieces. So, you know, they do the transaction. He gives the keys and starts handing them out. And he's like, well, how are we bunking for tonight? Are we going to do the same thing? Or what was originally planned?
I would just say the same thing.
Okay. Well, all of you have a great night then. I am going to go in there, and Jorn was telling me about something in one of his books that he found on the way over here. So I'm I kind of want to peruse through it a little bit. So y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all in the morning.
See you in the morning then.
And as they're walking around the corner, Jorn's just like, I didn't say anything. I don't know why he wants me to talk about this stuff with him. And he just dips around the corner. So, all of y'all go straight to bed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna read my book on how to revive the dead until I fall asleep.
Okay, cool. Now I have to find a book on that. Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. Okay, so, yep, y'all end up spending the night, going to sleep, and we will return when you wake up the next morning. But that is all. So, that was fun.
It absolutely was.
Yeah.
Don't you end with, and that, ladies and gentlemen, has been this episode. Isn't that how you do that? No? Am I imagining that? I thought you
What?
end it with and that, ladies and gentlemen, has been this episode of Idiocracy. No, that doesn't happen.
I don't think I have a thing like that. No.
Oh, I'm dumb. Ignore me.
Well, yeah, that's it's been fun. Real quick, thank you all for joining. If you enjoyed, make sure you press the like, subscribe buttons down below and comment your predictions. And also, where'd Jafar go? No, seriously, please tell us. We would really like to know. This is
Who,
Jorn
me?
speaking, by the way. It's not the cast or anything. This is Jorn speaking. Where did he go? I was supposed to talk about some magic stuff with him. But yes, thank you once again. This has been really fun, and
Absolutely has.
we'll see you all later. This is the cast of Idiocracy and our special guest Jafar. By the way, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me on the show. I want to
We
be on the show regularly, but it's not possible. Like, I legit want to play D&D with you guys. It's scary.
He's got the D&D fever.
It's kind of weird.
But this is the cast of Idiocracy saying, peace out. Have an amazing night or day wherever the heck you are, and we will see all of you in the next episode of Idiocracy. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye! You just said you don't have an outro, and then he proceeds to outro.